Are you ready for the biggest live stream review we have ever done?
Well, by biggest, you mean covering the most? Because no, I'm not ready.
Of
It's all jumbled up in my brain.
what's not jumbled up in my brain is how this was the most epic day of television I think I've ever had. Uh, full disclosure, there is not one bad show in this list, and that includes Daredevil. Thank Christ. Um, None of these episodes were lame. Um, Even which I called, if you guys have been watching our live streams, I said I believe the boys weren't going to fuck around, and oh boy, they did not fuck around. Right in episode 1, Eric Kripke said, "Nah, bro, nobody's safe. Doesn't matter if you're the fastest man or not. Everybody is on the chopping block. None of these characters are. It's the first time I've watched television, and I'm not going with the boys. We're gonna do Invincible first because that's the shortest for me to comment on. Um, but I just want to say, people have. If you've never watched Supernatural, watch seasons 1 through 5 and stop and pretend the rest doesn't exist. In season 5, Eric Kripke famously made the end of that show. But the CW, being the CW, was like, fuck that. We're going 15 seasons. And the weird Supernatural fans. Sorry, guys, but was season 15 worth it? Never mind. He made a perfect, could have been an ending. Like, if you stop at season 5 and pretend nothing else happens.
It was worth it if you're Mel Brooks because it's all about the merchandising.
Yeah, that's what it was. They fucking drove that show into the ground. But the boys, you could tell, and it's got this thing I haven't felt in a long time.
Might be the best season premiere.
Like the tension when you first click on that episode, like at first I was like, it's a little slow, and then bam, they just keep on going. And I felt this sense, like, especially during that camp scene, it felt like anybody could die. And knowing it's the final season and knowing how stable Homelander is.
The episode started and I was full Huey and I had my butt clenched.
Dude, and once again, as ever, the writing is sharp. But fuck, we're not doing the boys. I'm sorry. I was just I literally, that's the one I watched. But I want to talk about the most recent one, Invincible. So let's go Invincible first, episode 6. What a banger. Mark's hanging by a thread. Alan and the person that I like with the robot suit is on the jacket is on that Viltrumite ship. And
that's one thing. Can I gripe about that real quick?
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Because I guess technically I was upset last episode because of how it worked. Because I always thought, I mean, go ahead and hate me, it was real dumb in Star Wars that they couldn't see the Millennium Falcon attached to the ship on the outside. Like, you got to be shitting me. How can you not see this big ass ship attached to it just fly around and be like, that looks weird. So I don't understand this one either. Like, how are you inside of your suit of armor, which is similar to the ship, but you know what the ship looks like already. So when you're like, what's that little thing doing over there? How do you not find these things? Especially when you're a Viltrumite and you're freaking flying around at the speed of sound or faster. Like, you can inspect the entire fucking ship, and they couldn't find it.
I will let that go because sci-fi. I'm going to assume that it was blended in with
it's not sci-fi, it's Prime Video.
I'm going to assume that they were blended in well enough to where on first class, like, I'm sure if someone was patrolling and fucking looked, then yeah, maybe it would stick out. But I'm going to gather if you're flying around and you're just like, your eyes play tricks on you, right? So you could see something theoretically, but even the way they're positioned, I'm going to push back on you with this. I think it's better than how the Millennium Falcon did it. And
it's definitely better than the Millennium Falcon. That was just my point of reference.
And the Millennium Falcon too, it was differently shaped to where I buy that argument. I never thought that was a good plan, even in Star Wars. Forgive me too, but you're right. It's fucking stupid. I just love the movie so much. I let it go. But in this case, her ship is sort of rounded, and I could see where it kind of, if you just glance over, and remember, they're not thinking about finding the ship anymore. They're like, oh, they fucking escaped. They got bigger fish to fry. They got to get to conquering this planet. So I can understand where like you might do a pass and be like, oh, it's all good, and then they're doing their thing in the ship. So, like I said, little things like that. If the episode is good, I'm willing to look over. And this episode is fucking good because at first I thought it was going to be a training montage. We were going to take 3 episodes from Arc to get better.
I was so worried that the whole episode was going to be them just sitting there on the planet. Because I'm not going to lie, the first half of the episode is slow as shit.
It was. And surprisingly, I think out of all 3 of these shows, and not in the sense like, oh, we're giving it a bad rating, so calm your tits, anybody watching it.
It's going to get a good rating. It's
going to get a great
rating as the other 2.
It's that if we have to pick out of 3 great shows, and we'll get to the other ones and the impact that their episodes had versus the impact this episode has, which is leading to what I figured that we were going to be leading to. And don't get me wrong, we'll talk about the ending here in a second. I feel like it was harder for the boys because they had to come out of the gate swinging with their premiere. And oh boy, are we going to talk about that one because I've been having all sorts of emotions. And we had Daredevil, which for me had to do a redemption arc. And shout out to Perp Minded because he made an excellent point. This one episode for me makes everything else click into place. And I told you that, PB. I was like, they need a banger, something where I could look back at the other episodes and go, oh, okay. So, and it took you a while, boys. It took you a while. And I watched the afterwards because I had to watch the podcast and we'll get to that big moment. But I was like, I did something that I hate. And I want to apologize to the other Daredevil episodes. I didn't let them cook with the story. And I didn't see they were laying the bricks down. And sometimes we have to remember they were coming from a fucked up stitched together season last year and they still made it work.
I think I know why you like the episode so much.
Yeah, we'll get to that. This season now, I see what they're doing. They're building a whole new show, PB. This is now their show. And they got to reestablish stakes and what their version of the show is going to be. And I'm going to tell you, after this episode, I fucking like it. I love it because they did the one thing I've been requesting, and we'll get to it. I don't want to spoil it yet, but I felt like they needed to do something to a person they did in order for our boy to be free and get shit kicked off. Because after what happened in this episode, holy fucking shit, these next episodes are going to be bangers.
You're talking about Daredevil or Invincible guy?
Daredevil. So let's go back to
I know. Like, you are all over the place.
This was such great TV, folks. Such great TV. God damn. If you ain't watching these shows, get on it. Like, this is going to be the hardest top 10 television list I've ever made. Like, even just where I'm going to place these is going to depend on what their final episodes do for all of them. But, like, right out of the gate, the boys come out literally swinging. Daredevil finally gets some balls and does something crazy. And this final battle. So the first half of this episode was boring, but it makes sense.
I mean, I get how they like the first half of the episode is the reconciliation between Nolan and Oliver,
which we needed. And unfortunately, when you have a war arc like this, and the writers are good, but they still got to do those things.
I mean, I do like the fact that he's like, hey, we're stranded here because we can't move Mark, so we might as well get fucking stronger while we're here. I did like that a lot. It just, I don't know, the way that the show had been moving, even freaking, what episode was it, episode 3 or 4 that everyone hates?
4.
Episode 4 that everyone hates because they're like, oh, it's just filler. I was like, yeah, but the episode itself was like moving along.
And even with this, and I checked this out, this episode was 53 minutes. They're using their time so well. And we've said this a bunch.
It was not short, that's for sure.
We said this a bunch for like with Daredevil because those were the only two we had to compare. If I take the two writing styles, really, I still think out of the two shows, except for this one particular episode, which I hope this means now we're past that rough patch and they're really kicking shit into gear. I believe it. That's what it means. They're like, okay, we took our time the first 3 episodes. We needed to get you guys caught up to what happened. We need to get these pieces into place. And I'm good with that. But now from episode 4 on, you guys got to hit the gas because Invincible does something and they have the same amount of time, right? But yet the pacing is still Invincible can hit us with like a half hour of like just slow setup stuff. And then you get to that back half and you're like, well, this is a fucking banger episode because and it's all pacing. And I said this about Shadow of Maul.
It reminded me a lot of the first episode of Halo where you're sitting there waiting, and then the last 20 minutes was fucking amazing.
Even with this, I would say even before the last 20 minutes, because once again, Invincible does the thing where you love every character. So I was on the edge when Alan and Jackie finally make their escape, and then bam, you're like, oh my God.
Dude, I love how they are able to integrate just the modicum of humor in the right spot.
This is what I mean.
The whole situation, like them being stowaway essentially on the ship is entirely a serious moment. Like from start to finish, this is entirely a serious moment. But knowing that you're going to have time in between, you got to fill that with something. And I thought they filled it perfectly with them playing video games. I thought that was funny as hell.
And that's what I mean. Where and we're going to get to the boys because we're going to be contrasting these shows a lot, folks, because they decide to release them all together. So if we're going to compare, in my mind, we're comparing great shows. This is a comparison of how great each one does particular things, because in their own way, number one, this is fucking top tier television, but they're all doing things better or a little bit better than another show, which is good because you want that competition, right? Because if you have shows that are so good, they're going to push the other shows to be as good as that one. So it's really important that when you're doing these things, and especially us reviewing, we're to a point where we've got to fucking nitpick the shit out of this, because if you're just sitting down as Joe Blow viewer, okay, or anybody watching who likes these shows, we're just pointing out to you things that bug us because we have the unfortunate task of having to fucking rate these every week and then rank them later. Trust me, you guys got the better end of the deal. But I'm not going to lie. When I'm sitting back watching this, I am watching it like you. I'm a little fucking kid when Mark comes and say, and Omni-Man come, and you think that the Viltrumites got him and Optimus Prime is done. And I'm still going to call
it. Dude, Optimus Prime is ripped.
Oh, dude, Optimus, he fucking rolled out. Let me tell you what.
Big time.
No. When you have great voice acting, when you have great writing, when you have sharp writing, then we have shows that just by themselves are entertaining. We've got to break them down to really be able to figure out what our numbers are and which is the best. But we're saying to you as a normal viewer, you watch any of these shows, and I know people want to binge, but look, folks, the numbers are important. So watch these maybe 2 or 3 after or as they air, because it is super fucking important, especially for Invincible, for the ratings. They're going by views and hours. So if you want to wait till they're done, watch the whole season like 2 or 3 times. Get them fucking hours in, because companies are not weighing things as they used to. I don't even think views really matter anymore, right? It's more subscriptions that they get and hours watched. I think a lot of it.
I don't entirely understand what metric
wanna
they
say
use
that's
for
the metric.
streaming shows anymore, because like if you look at YouTube, like there are two big metrics: the views and the watch time. Those are the two big, because if you have a million views but everybody only watched for 10 seconds, nobody made it to, let's say, the second ad that was going to play. So they don't make any money off of that. Like YouTube
So
only makes money when the ads. Well, I mean, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they're getting paid to put the ads on. But I assume that all of the companies are like, okay, tell me how many times my ad played on YouTube this week.
but here's the thing though, and even with Netflix, you could catch this in their thing. They literally have a subgroup in there that says most watched. And you'll see stupid shit like My Little Pony's fucking Fuzzy Adventure or Stranger Things season 5, which was not
My
very
Little
good.
Pony's in there because parents put it on and then it just
Yeah.
essentially plays in the background all fucking day.
Yeah. So that, and we know it's not good, but it's still like number 1 or number 2 or number 3 because the metric has to be the views. And if that's the case, then they're not judging on how many people exactly are tuning in. They're judging it on how many people are watching all the way through. Because even if we go by your ad thing, right? They still got to watch. Even if you have ads and you're not fancy like us who pay for not having ads, you're still going to get hit with 2 or 3 ads if you watch it all the way through. So I would imagine the watch time is more important because they put them like in the fucking middle and in the beginning, which pisses me off. I still get those even though it's ad free. I get that fucking promo for another show I don't give a shit about.
I don't get any. Dude, are you talking about on Prime?
Yeah.
I don't get any. The only ads I get on Prime are skippable ads at the beginning of the show.
See,
which I am all for that. I think every streaming service should have skippable ads at the beginning because you know what? Sometimes I want to know what's coming out. I want to know what the new item is at Taco Bell.
I'm using it as an example, though, that if you don't...
No, I'm trying to figure out why in the fuck you're getting ads in the middle of your Prime shows. That doesn't make
I
any
don't get
sense.
it in the middle. I get it in the beginning. Oh. Like you. I get that bullshit 2 or 3 seconds where it's yellow and you can't.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's a couple seconds worth where the button just hasn't shown up yet.
That hasn't showed up yet. That's what I mean. And then by then I'm like, fuck it, I might as well play the ad out because now it's almost.
I mean, yeah, some of them are only like 15 seconds.
Yeah, and then at that point it isn't worth skipping. But our point being is that it's going off watch hours, so definitely watch. So we have the first half, which we both thought wasn't bad. It was just a lot of setup. But boy, let's talk. The Viltrumites invade the fucking home planet. What is it called?
Celestria.
And it seems like a desperate play, which I think it is.
No, I was very intrigued. I was like, okay, they're going to invade. I don't know what the planetary defenses are at all, but I totally forgot about the mole. Like, I was sitting there watching the episode. I totally forgot about the mole, and I was like, why in the fuck is this guy turning the goddamn shield whatever shit off?
And I think, too, they did a great job because I never pegged who the person was who was the mole. And this is what we're talking about with great writing.
We need to backtrack a little bit before we get into this.
Okay.
We need to talk about when they escape the ship.
Yes.
Alan and Zoe, when they get off the ship, and then and apparently that tech jacket suit don't fly very fast. If Alan were just like fucking gone, like I thought the suit was really fast. The suit is not fast at all.
Well, you're thinking about it fast in relation to fucking humans on Earth. I bet you it would appear to be hauling ass, but we're talking in relation to aliens that have superpowers. Yeah, probably not.
So my big question is, what is that gun called that the dude has? It's got a special name from the book or whatever.
Yeah, I forgot.
The man with the something gun or whatever. Let's just say with the universe's best weapon, right?
Yes.
Okay, so my question is, with the way that it works, that it fires like a solid beam of energy which essentially can destroy anything because it carves a hole through a Viltrumite, like just
And
dead.
the ship.
Which
it goes through him and hits the fucking ship.
Right, and it blows the ship up, which makes me think that, holy shit, I guess Nolan really had to be on his A game when he unburied this guy.
Yeah.
Because if him or Alan would have got hit by that, boom, you're dead. If you get hit by it, you're fucking dead. So my question is, out in the universe, like when a supernova explodes, right? You get those freaking jet streams that go off in opposite directions, right? But, you know, the universe is vast, and these things are minute on that scale, right? They're massive, but they're minute compared to the scale of the universe. Every time that he shot this gun, who knows how many times it's been, over decades, centuries, millennia, is there just a bunch of fucking beams out there in space just continuing to go forward?
Here's I'll add on to your theory. Maybe the novas are caused by the fucking beam hitting something.
I mean, that's stuff like that.
It's a dead planet, and we think it's a supernova, but it's really just a fucking gun steam traveling forever.
I was not expecting that guy to be there in that moment, and then boom,
it was great.
Instantly kill the one Viltrumite, and then the black guy's like, fuck this shit.
Dude, here's the thing that Perp said to me, and I don't know if I agree or not, and I wanted your opinion because it was the first time Perp actually made a very good point. Conquest
whoa. Perp has made very good points before. It's not the first good point he ever made.
Oh, yeah, I know. Most of them are crazy, though. Or at least
he does. I just seen one that he had online. They're like, they had it broken down by decades what the big three anime were.
Mm-hmm.
And then he's like, these are the big three. And I was like, God, I'm sorry, but Pokemon is the winner. Like, it might not be the best voice acted anime. It might not be the most action oriented anime. It might not be the most beautifully animated anime out there. But if we're talking about a product, it's the biggest IP that's ever existed on the fucking planet. Which means that culturally, it's the number one anime. Like, more people have seen and know what Pokemon is compared to everything on the list. And then with everything that was there, I put Dragon Ball in the number 2 slot. Well, Dragon Ball
I would almost have Dragon Ball be the only one that I could see vying for the number 1 spot or close, because the original Dragon Ball,
Dragon Ball's a little underwhelming.
Yeah, but it's still as old as Pokemon.
Yeah, but it's not as big. I'm talking about the impact that it has had on society. Pokemon is number 1. Nothing is bigger. Star Wars isn't bigger. Marvel isn't bigger. DC isn't bigger.
You can't. Here's the thing: you have numbers. Like, statistically, you can't.
And even more hilariously, a lot of those things, Superman, Batman, they've been around more than twice as long as Pokemon. Pokemon didn't start getting created until I want to say late 80s.
But here's also the thing about the numbers. The number of fights in this episode were,
I don't know, like, how do you even count them? Because, like, we can jump to the end now. Once you get to that point in the show, like, is the end just one fight, or are you like breaking it down like these two fought, these two fought, these two fought, these two fought? Because then there's a lot of fucking fights at the end.
I'm gonna go with the really big important stuff. But first off, I back to my point with Perp, and I think that it's a failure of the show. And my other nitpick that's gonna bring the score down for me is, in the comics, Thrag is much more the way they build him up and the way that they let you know right away why he's the leader. I feel like if there's one failure of the show, I think they did Conquest a lot better than they've done Thrag, because Thrag and Perp said this where he was like, Conquest gets beaten and this dude's the head. And I can understand where that statement comes from because as someone who's read the source material,
I was going to say,
he like seeing him in the comics, there was a certain thing that happens that he does when he's introduced. And I don't want to say it because I don't know.
He definitely didn't do it then in this show because all I could think at the end was, first of all, when they, the ship shows up and boom, it blows up their freaking headquarters or whatever, and they all survive, which I was like, I didn't realize that Alan's girlfriend was like,
he probably tough. Like, I'm gonna give that a pass and say he did one of these things and protected her. I
don't really care what happened in the midst of her surviving. That's not my point. My point is, the ship shows up, it's blowing the shit out of the city, it's killing random fucking people. One of the armies from the civilizations that they conquered, they send out, it's fucking beaming people in half, which I thought looked pretty fucking cool.
It was.
They had, not including Thrag, there was, 6 or 7 of them? Because they killed like 2 or 3 of the Viltrumites.
Mm-hmm.
And then 5 of them flew away at the end, right?
Yep.
So as they're fighting and you see Thrag watching the battle, I was like, oh man, he's just watching it from home. Like he's just sending people out. And then Mark and Oliver rip the ship in two, which once again, cool moment.
Awesome.
And Thrag is on the ship. And I was like, oh shit, he is there. I wasn't expecting him to be there. And immediately after I had that thought, I was like, why aren't you fighting? If you're supposed to be the strongest individual in the universe that we know of, like so much so, you got Conquest on his knee being like, I'm sorry, you can kill me now because I can't do anything to stop you. Why in the fuck isn't he fighting? That is my biggest gripe of this episode. Like, for how slow the first half was, and I was just disappointed with the speed of it. I wasn't disappointed with the story that unfolded. My biggest gripe of Invincible is why in the fuck doesn't Thrag fight? Especially when he's there.
And here's the thing. There is, once again, reasons that I think they're going to explain because it gets explained.
Tell me this.
Towards Viltrum.
What happened in the comic that didn't happen in the show that shows you why Thrag is a badass?
I can't say because I don't know if they rearranged the order.
It's a spoiler review. I don't give a shit.
So when Thrag is originally introduced, he actually kills, I forget who the character, one of the Guardians, and he actually attacks Earth, and that's his invitation to Mark. And he does it when Conquest goes and Conquest gets beaten. He goes personally.
So they put the Conquest fight on Earth, replace the Thrag fight on
the Thrag fight, which I get because Conquest doesn't really have as much of a badass as he is. And I think they knew having Jeffrey Dean Morgan be the fucking voice, people were going to like be invested in that. So I get it because that was a fucking beautiful fucking pitch perfect casting. You could not have gotten anybody better. But yeah, Thrag does it so quickly that as a comic book reader, they had only like slowly shown him here and there. But the thing that the Amazon did a little bit differently too was they showed him too much. In the comics, you just kind of get little bits, and then boom, he comes, kills someone important, and leaves.
And dude, who does Thrag's voice?
Oh man, I was trying to think of that myself.
All I know is
when I had to think
the guy who's doing Thrag's voice. I don't know. I don't get the gravitas that I got.
I was going to say too. That's we're on the same.
He's like he almost seemed his voice compared to Conquest and General Krieg.
Yeah.
Compared to those two, and even compared to Nolan with J.K. Simmons, like those three, compared to him, his voice is almost squeaky.
And that I thought I was crazy too. Thank you for bringing that up.
No, it doesn't. To me, it doesn't seem like it doesn't hit in the same fashion.
Yeah, I almost wish it was Jeffrey Dean Morgan, and it probably should have been. I don't think they thought he was going to do as great of a job as he did.
Well, that's foolish.
I thought they should have had Jeffrey Dean Morgan as Thrag. Because I agree with you. I don't get the same gravitas.
This is a tiny nitpick, people. That's how good the show is. We're like, his voice is just a little off.
And here's the thing, because as tiny of a nitpick is, this does like explain what our score is going to be, because I think we both settled on the same fucking score for this.
It's possible.
I feel that that's massive, because when you have people like J.K. Simmons and Glenn from The Walking Dead, I know it's Stephen Yeun, he'll always be Glenn to me. And when you have Jeffrey D. Morgan, and when you have Bruce Campbell as a fucking special guest, and you have like all of these great, Sandra Oh is always fucking my other fave who plays Cecil, Walton Goggins. Like when you have people who add so much, and remember, you're actually not wrong. Voice is big, because they can animate good expressions, right? That are human-like.
People can't animate shit in Invincible. You see how terrible the animation is in Invincible? It ruins the entire show. Oh.
Yeah, dude. People who said that, I hope they're really fucking eating their words.
People who said that don't give a fuck about the story. Like, it doesn't. If all you care about is animation, what's the point of watching?
There's a shit load of things to watch. It's not just what makes the show so good. It's not just the animation can capture the look. And I'm gonna say it, PB. I know you hate it, but the most comic book accurate look, like it is like PB has never read a comic, but he has now.
That's not true.
No, you looked at the picture, motherfucker. Dude, you didn't read it.
I read comics before.
I know you have.
Peanuts, Dennis the Menace.
Anyways, my point still stands. See, now PB doesn't have to go back and read it, because the show is doing such a good job where you could swear they just took the fucking panel and made it move. So you fucking sitting here and telling me that the animation isn't good fucking pisses me off, because I'm like, motherfucker, if it wasn't for these people, like 3 or 4 years ago, you could have never had something this fucking top quality. So fucking like, and it makes me feel bad for the animators too, because they're busting their ass. And like, this shit is expensive. So if you want better animation, instead of bitching, why don't you put on the episode 4 or 5 times so that Amazon goes, oh, look at that. This diehard guy watched this fucking 5 times.
Apparently that's budget. Not from some of the information I've heard on the YouTube. That's not the issue. The issue is they're spending their budget on big name voice actors and cameos from Hollywood stars, instead of just getting people who do voice acting to do the voices. So they're spending the majority of their budget on bringing in big time Hollywood stars, and they have less than half the number of animators working on this show than the other big animes.
And I just want to dispel this right here. And I'm going to do a late night talks about this, because I've actually been meaning to talk about this very subject right here. And guys could fucking look it up for me, because it doesn't make a difference whether it's a Hollywood star or a voice actor. Right now, the biggest battle, and this comes from gaming, but go check out Paul Tassi. He did a great fucking article for Forbes about this. Voice acting does not pay as much as you think. Okay? Like, yes, people switch over to voice acting because they can do several jobs and make money if they are just in a studio for like 20, 30 minutes recording their voice, which is why a lot of older actors get it. But the battle literally being fought right now is how underpaid voice actors are. Okay? So the whole thing that you think that half of a fucking budget is going to paying voice acting, let's just theoretically say that was a case. Do you think J.K. Simmons or any of these people are in a fucking voice booth for days or weeks and then they're getting paid a shit ton of money? That's not how it works. If you're getting paid hourly, I can fucking guarantee you that the only people who would be paid super high would have a substantial amount of time in the studios. I mean, let's even take this back, right? Robin Williams. I would love to see how much he got paid for Aladdin, because I could guarantee you it was not as much as he got paid for actually doing a fucking live action movie. That's not how contracts and money works. They go to voice acting for the simple fact, why do you think Invincible is animated? Because is it cheaper to pay people to just lend their voice to a specific character versus make a live action, fully shot Invincible movie, which people have been begging for, which is supposedly is happening? I don't have much faith in that because it's going to be fucking weird to say the least. But I think a live action Invincible movie will trump the budget of this show.
Well, you can't say that word. You're going to trigger everybody.
Like, I hate people who say this dumb shit and they do no research and look at, there's been some video games, right? Like Spider-Man, things like that have had $200 million budgets. And I can guarantee you it was not the fucking voice acting. It was the animation and the cost of the 3D models and shit, and that they wanted movie-like quality production. That was the expense, not the fucking person, because I can guarantee you the person who did all of the voice, thousands of voice lines, is getting fucked right now and underpaid. So don't fucking sit here and tell me that you think J.K. Simmons is sitting there fucking rolling in the dough. If that's the case, why is he doing 3 other movies? You're telling me
all these people are out there like
Invincible?
All of these people are out there like Soldier Boy, hey? Did you fuck me?
Yeah, but being gay. I'm not gay. They're gay.
They're gay. They're
gay. But no, it's such a fucking ridiculous argument. And there was even something in the Invincible cast when they were talking about it. A couple of people left the show, if you notice, the voices were replaced because they didn't get paid enough to continue the show versus an actual acting gig. And if you want to look this up, look up Sterling K. Brown did the voice of that guy who had the clay shit, the gangster. He was the voice for that guy in the last 3 seasons. And this season, he was not, because he had a different...
You're talking about the black guy that turns himself into stone?
Yeah, that guy. And he turned it down to do a television show, live action, versus Invincible. Now, if supposedly he's getting paid all of this fucking money, why would he do a premiere syndicated show over this high-paying, super awesome gig? Are you fucking serious? Like, that's the thing that pisses me off, is that people, that's disrespectful to me, to the animators, and it shows a fundamental lack of understanding with how expensive this isn't 3D. Well, some of it's 3D because I've watched the behind the scenes, but 90% of the shit is hand drawn. I don't think people realize how fucking expensive. Why do you think Disney will not make any more hand drawn animation? Watch a fucking documentary when they talk about they used hand drawn because it made more fluid, realistic movements, but 3D is cheaper. But Invincible, and Robert Kirkman in particular, refused to shoot it in 3D because he did not like the way that it looked. So it is not the voice acting. It's the fact that they're trying to keep the animation from looking like one of those fucking shows I hate that's all 3D and fucking they can make 1 million of them and they're fucking cheap to pump out and they have no fucking action or soul or anything to them. It's just like blocky characters fucking moving around. The only really good 3D animation I ever saw was Into the Spider-Verse. Like, that was the only team that took that and made it fucking work. And guess what? They blended it with 2D. So don't fucking sit here and tell me, oh, 2D animation shouldn't be that hard. Like, are you fucking serious?
You don't think that the 3D animation worked in Super Dragon Ball Superhero I don't remember how Dragon Ball Superhero. There we go.
Yeah, no, I fucking
You
hated
didn't
it.
like it? I
I'm
mean,
not going.
it was something
It's
where as
not
you're watching it, like like obviously it's all animated. Like none of it is real. You're not looking at a person, but you get the uncanny valley feeling watching that movie because you've
exactly.
seen the character in 2D your entire life.
Exactly. And that's the issue, is that I think no matter, like, these kids who are coming up behind us that have all of this shit, they're going to be adjusted, and not, sadly, because people bitch about this, stuff like Invincible is going to be fucking rare. And they're going to grow up with this shitty animation, and they'll be fine with it because they're be adjusted to it. But if you came from the time me and PB did with the fucking great Disney animations, PB here refuses to watch live action because of it. He's like, nope.
I've seen a couple of the live action ones. I watched the live action Aladdin,
Which was trash.
I mean, trash in what sense?
Oh my god, every sense. Don't get me wrong.
It's not like no, it's not. It was not. No,
but
the
Robin
movie
Williams
is not trash. No, the movie is not trash. It is not poorly made. It is not poorly acted.
I would disagree.
The movie is massively disappointing because it does not have Robin Williams. That's why it is massively disappointing.
It is very poorly acted. Jafar is a fucking disgrace. That whole fucking musical number about being free and blah, blah, blah.
Dude, it's a Disney movie. Of course there's a fucking musical number.
Woke shit. I said it. That was the definition of woke. And the fucking thing with Liago, burn it with fucking fire. What a fucking atrocious scene. That scene literally made me throw up. I walked out as soon as that bird happened. That was one of the few movies I actually fucking walked out of. And I
never walked out of any movie.
That was a little bit too harsh. It was terrible in every fucking metric, but because people are stupid, it made $1 billion, so Disney's gonna never fucking stop fucking up our childhood.
It's not because people are stupid, it's because Disney knows how to use the nostalgia bait.
But you know who wasn't?
It doesn't make people stupid because they fall for nostalgia. That you want to feel the nostalgia. It is a good feeling inside. I feel sorry for people that aren't able to feel nostalgia. Like, oh, that was an old thing. I don't give a fuck about the old thing. What's a new thing? Like, that sucks for you.
I hate it being weaponized. When they use nostalgia.
I didn't say that I liked it being weaponized. I said they were good at it. It doesn't make them less evil.
They know what they're doing, and they know, even though I'm sitting here bitching and moaning, if they throw something on the screen with nostalgia, I'm gonna fucking be there. And that, PB, is the evil of it, because that mouse is a son of a bitch.
I mean, I'm definitely never going to watch live action Lion King.
Don't.
Although I saw the beginning of Mufasa. And I was like, oh, shit, this actually ain't too bad. But they animated the lions' faces in Mufasa so that they can give them expression instead of just being a fucking lion in the first one.
Dude, it was so terrible. But what wasn't terrible is the ending of this was great. We do have our complaints with SAG, but
dude,
honestly,
I don't know if it's necessarily a complaint, because I feel like it's like he's either hiding something or
he is
right. There's something going on behind the scenes that I don't know about. But like when the building got hit, right? First thing I thought was, ooh, is Thaddeus or whatever the fuck his name is?
Correct.
Is Optimus Prime.
Oh, Thaddeus, yeah.
Yeah. Is Optimus Prime finally going to fight? We didn't get to see him fight at all yet. And, he's super fucking old. So I was like, I don't know at what point, when you're super fucking old, like, at some point, you got to start getting weaker. I mean, yeah, you're still a Viltrumite, but now you can't take on somebody like Oliver because you're old. But, he was fucking shit up.
Actually, it's kind of
I thought Krieg was going to die.
How it works. Viltrumites, when they get older, they get stronger. So that would
Then
make
how
him.
could then they should never die?
Well, technically, they
So
take
you're telling
really
me that
long to die.
you're in your peak prime strength. You couldn't possibly get any stronger, and then you die. That doesn't make any sense, guy. And if that's the way
I
that
didn't
he's
fucking
wrote
make
these,
the lore.
I know
That's
you
how
didn't make the lore. If that's how the fucking lore works, the lore is fucking dumb.
it's that. Okay, so it does get explained. See, you're fucking drawing spoilers out of me. God
I
damn
don't
it.
care at this point. I don't care.
It gets explained is that their body becomes so peak that, like you said, while they're stronger, the husk they're in, the body can't contain it anymore, and eventually they just die of.
Well, now it sounds like they're aura and they're ascending. Like, I can't contain my awesomeness.
Perfect. You gave me the perfect analogy. Thank you. So it's something you could understand that makes sense to you now. Picture that. Aura. It's like Benjamin Button. Instead of them getting old and you would think, oh, they're getting weaker, they're losing their touch. No, it doesn't work that way at all, because they are also gaining power based on the battles and how many scars and shit. And remember, like Mark, every time they get wounded or something like that, they're getting stronger, they're getting more powerful, they're getting more knowledge. So actually, when they get older, that's when they're the most dangerous. And that's why Thrag is the head and the most dangerous. You guys just haven't seen it. And there's going to be a point, and I think they shifted it so that they can have two particular characters fight it out. Because now that I'm looking at it, I seeing why they saved the fight, because I think they're going for the big one. And then you're going to go, oh, that's why he's in charge. Because when these two fight, they're going to be essentially the oldest. And it's literally like Goku. Picture Goku and Frieza fighting. When two of the oldest Viltrumites fight, it's shakes planet. Like literally their power can destroy a planet just by connecting.
I don't think, like, I guess maybe at this point after everything changed, but like if that's what you want me to think of, I would think Goku versus Jiren.
I always forget about that.
Yeah, but now what? We're on to Frieza Black now in the manga.
Yeah,
because they did Golden Frieza. Golden Frieza was supposed to be at the same level of strength as fucking Super Saiyan God.
Yep.
Like Golden Frieza is supposed to be just a touch below Ultra Instinct, from what I understand.
At that point, they just make shit up, I think, to bring Frieza back. But anyways.
Guy, it's all made up. All of these are fictional stories.
Well, no, the power scaling, they always got to move.
Oh, the power scaling is fucking ridiculous.
But
I don't know what the power. I don't know what the power scaling.
We talked about this for
hold on. No, minutes. I don't care if we talked about it this long. I'm not done talking about it yet. What's your favorite individual moment in the episode? What'd you say?
I've never seen you so passionate. Like, wow.
And this is the worst episode of everything that we watched over the last 12 hours.
This is our worst episode.
Worse. It's so bad. What's your favorite moment from Invincible season 5 or season 4, episode 6?
So my moment would have to be a small one. And maybe it's just I'm a sucker for Peter Cullen. But when you think that he got evaporated, which, folks, if you don't know, I've read the comics, so I fucking knew he wasn't dead. I'm sorry if you got shocked. But what I didn't expect was the zinger where he comes and he's punching him and he's like, he says, the one guy says something like, oh, you're through, blah, blah, blah. And he's like, not yet, but you are. Boom! And fucking caves his face in and he goes flying back. And I was like, bro, I can't stop thinking like that's Optimus. But it was so like, here's the great thing. I know I joke around and I say, it's Optimus Prime.
Say hi to Carmen.
How you doing, Carmen? like I joke and I know I say it's Optimus Prime, but in the moment, I don't actually see Optimus. It's if there was ever a voice that I picked Thaddeus for in the comic, or I didn't know I wanted, it's fucking Peter Cullen's voice. Like, and like that speech he gives about like, I know we've all suffered, blah
It's
blah blah. I
time
was
for
like, dude, I would
war.
follow this man into fucking hell. If he told me to jump into a fucking volcano because it's for the good of the planet, I'm not even asking questions, man. I'm just diving right in. That's a man who could give a speech. But yeah, I almost said the speech was my favorite moment, but just because of, like you said, how they mix humor and then violence at the same time, him and that one liner where he punches the shit out of that guy and you just see him go fucking flying into the middle of nowhere. I was like, bro, they got his power scale perfect.
Like, I don't know. I'm torn between two, which are so vastly different. And everybody would be like, Guy, are you even watching the same show? How the fuck are these your favorite moments from the show? But my two is one, when Alan and Zoe can't pull themselves away from playing. Like the ship shows up and they're like, oh, we should probably go. Oh,
I
but we
almost
can
picked
finish
that.
this one episode. I was like, I know the feeling.
I
know
was
the
gonna
feeling.
say I almost picked that. It was I was going on what made me laugh harder, and that got little chuckles out of me. I'm with you because I was like, man, I'd fucking do the same thing. But it was just the suddenness of that scene versus those where it edged it out for me because I did not expect him to fucking hit him into. I assume he hit that motherfucker into like the fucking
Yeah, I
stratosphere
don't know where
with
he
that
ended up.
uppercut. I don't even know if he is that guy is alive or he just fucking punted him to it. It was just the suddenness and the quick like one liner and the way Peter Cullen delivers the line so fucking seriously. Like it's like a Liam Neeson thing. So he's got that very gravelly gravitas serious voice and he just says the zinger and I just can't fucking help but to die laughing.
1A is when Oliver tells Nolan, tell me about my mom.
Oh yeah, see that pulled at
Pull
the
at my
heartstrings.
heartstrings.
That out. See, that's where it's hard to say pick one moment because there's so many good moments. So we got to go the opposite before we give this a score. What would be a negative for this episode? I already got mine. I don't know.
I mean, I feel like I talked about my negative thing is how they are able to hide on the ship.
Yep.
Like, I don't know, like you said, it was dumb in fucking Star Wars, and it was kind of, I mean, less dumb here because you can kind of camouflage yourself a little bit, but from when you see them, like the outside view of the ship, it's like, yeah, you can still see there's a thing there. It's not like they're invisible camouflaged. And then, I mean, on the other side of the coin, just my disappointment with not seeing Thrag fight at all. And he's like, he seems to only give a shit about this cracked fucking skull.
That we'll get to that.
He's got some weird shit. Excuse me, weird shit going on with this cracked skull.
So I would have to say the worst scene for me it would be the fact of gosh, there was one that really fucking annoyed me. Oh, the the drag thing. Because I've read the comics. So I get annoyed because I see it a lot on X that people are like, "Oh, how is he the main villain?" And because I already know what's going to happen, maybe because they swap some things around. It's like, you guys don't know," and they put some hate on my boy. And I would have to say the voice actor. I do not like the voice actor for Thag at all. No shade on the person playing him. Let me see if I can look that up really quick. But I just don't think that he has like I would have swapped and had this voice actor play Conquest because Conquest is more physical and you could have kind of gotten the same performance.
It says Lee Pace to it. I don't know who the fuck Lee Pace is.
Okay, yeah, I don't know who that is too, and no shade to them.
Oh,
Like,
well,
I
what the
don't
fuck?
think they're.
Apparently, Lee Pace is known for his roles in Guardians of the Galaxy and Foundation.
Oh, Foundation is actually really good.
It has who's the guy with the big fucking hammer? Why can't I think of it from Guardians of the Galaxy? Ronan.
Dude, he played fucking Ronan. Why is
Right,
he
so how the fuck did he
like
do
this?
that voice, but now they're having him sound like this?
So, like I said, maybe it's not on the voice actor. This is one of those things where, you know, and I've said this before too. You could have the best people in the world,
Fuck, man.
stuff, but if they're directed in a weird direction, you could fuck up.
I feel like I'm more disappointed in it now.
I am too, because he did fucking Ronan, and that is
I like Ronan.
Yeah,
What are you doing? That's good.
He
shit.
has great. So we know he has gravitas in his voice. This is just a direction thing. So I'm not even mad. Now I'm not mad at the voice actor. I'm mad at
now it makes me want like I don't know what Lee Pace sounds like normally, and I'm kind of curious. Like, is he putting on a major voice when he does Ronan, or is he putting on the major voice when he does Thrag? Or maybe it's both, and he sounds completely fucking different, and we're like, oh man, I didn't realize that he sounded like oh, why can't I think of the guy's name? Whose voice sticks out in your head more than anybody else's voice? Actor. Live action. He always sounds like this.
I'm drawing a blank.
Oh, why can't I think of the guy's name? He's dead now. Fuck.
Well, while you pull that up, let's do our rating for this show. Fuck, I knew this was going to be long. I didn't think we were going to take an hour just for Invincible, but here we are.
I strung it out for you. You're welcome.
Invincible season 4, episode 6. I'm going to give a solid 8.
Interesting. I was gonna give it a solid 8.
So we're both gonna agree. Yeah. 8. This isn't a bad episode as comparatively to everything else we're about to talk about. There's still just some zip that it's missing, but I think overall this episode does all the things it needs to do. You have your heartfelt moments, you have your big battle, you have your wacky hijinks, a couple of jokes well placed. It's just like comparatively to every other episode we've been watching, or even the last episode, this one just falls a tiny bit shorter than the other episodes. And when we're doing 8s or 9s, man, it's tough.
Gilbert Gottfried.
There we go. Gilbert Gottfried.
Nobody sounds like Gilbert Gottfried. And allegedly, according to Howard Stern, not his real voice. Every time he went out into life, he was putting on the Gilbert Gottfried voice.
Oh.
Allegedly. I don't like, that's the only piece of evidence that I ever seen was he called him and listened to his voicemail answering machine. And was like, this is what Gilbert Gottfried actually sounds like. And I was like, if you're Gilbert Gottfried, why wouldn't you be doing the voice for your answer? Whatever.
But yeah, 8 for us. If this is like, and this is like a season of.
Dude, it's really good. I mean, what's dragging it down is my disappointment with not seeing Thrag fight, and my disappointment with how slow the first half of the episode is. Like, I understand that it's important because essentially the whole first half of the episode is Oliver and Nolan reconnecting and reconciling. Like, I get that, but
and you gotta,
man, there are some moments where we could cut it out. Like, we didn't need to see them go back and get a second round of eggs. Yeah,
I agree. If I trim anything off, dude, it's like you're inside my head.
Oh.
And that's a scary place. I agree. If there's one real flaw, and keep in mind, folks, we are watch these shows. We are fucking stars to try to be objective for you guys, because when a show is so good, it makes it tough for us to go for things that are the most obvious things to go for, right? It's when something is as good as it is, it becomes harder for us to pull out something like, oh, this was bad dialogue or something like this. We're talking about writing for this show that's so clever, where they know exactly where to put in a joke. They know how to pace a 53-minute episode. They are balancing giving you the emotional stuff versus giving you the big fight scene. And when you have something so finely constructed, it's a well-constructed house. You got to try to find cracks in this foundation to even sit here and review it objectively.
I do know what you mean by it's hard to pull out.
Oh my goodness. Too adorable.
The chunkiness has joined the stream. Chunkiness.
What's up, buddy? What do you think of Invincible? What's your rating?
He says good.
Good. Yeah. He agrees. You can't argue with that.
He's got to drink. No, you got to sit down and get ready to drink your milk, fat little baby.
Dude, he's going to be a little handful.
He's already 2 handfuls. He's fat. Dude, you need to watch this show. I don't care if you just fucking start. You've never seen Invincible before and you want to start on season 4. I don't give a fuck. You need to watch this show.
Oh, yeah. Without a shadow of a doubt. Great stuff. Great stuff. And speaking of great stuff, because I'm building towards what I think is going to be my top tier, let's talk about Daredevil season 4 and how I was worried not an ounce from frame number 1. This might be no, strike that. This is the best episode of season 2, and I would even say season 1.
Ooh, maybe.
I would say season 1, and I'll tell you why. Because from the moment they started and the choice that they made immediately captured me. And even the shitty characters that I hate, I didn't feel that thing, that we normally get where I'm like, man, can we speed this up? From the diner scene to
dude, starts off with a fucking banger.
Dude, like I don't know if someone. Okay, so wait. I'm gonna go along on this one. Where's the? There we go. Guys, you should know something about me. I'm a huge fan of Quentin Tarantino. Quentin Tarantino does these things, and anybody who tries to do this, I will glaze because I love this type of cinema. I love when they do a thing when you focus in on one character and their expressions. And when I tell you that when they did this perfect shot and the music that they give Bullseye, and they're doing a day in the life like he's a normal fucking guy, I was cracking up. But quite possibly, so far, even in this season, the best action scene, because I can't really call it a fight scene because those who got fucked up. Watching him murder all of those people, and this actor is so great as Bullseye. Like, don't get me wrong, I always have a place in my heart for Colin Farrell and his over-the-top Bullseye because he's just a fucking great actor. And he really makes that Daredevil Ben Affleck movie watchable. But when he has this delusion that he's the good guy and he's got to do this one thing to wash away all of the fucking people he's murdered and injured and killed, and PB hasn't seen it, for love fuck, watch Daredevil even season 3. Anyways, not the point. This actor, the way he switches, not just from psychotic and scary to a different kind of scary to where you can't read what's on his mind because he's got a smile on his face. And I watched the behind the scenes and how the actor explained it. So many people on this show need to get a fucking Emmy. And especially this guy who plays Bullseye, because I cannot explain to you how hard it is for an actor to switch so seamlessly from joyful to start just downright fucking sadistic and psychotic back to like mournful. The emotional weight that he's putting on screen. Fuck you, Campia. but no, the way he seamlessly switches and the way this scene is shot and how they don't pull back from any of the violence. It is about time. It took them a bit, but this episode, it's about time they got to doing those long takes and just showing the devastation that Bullseye can cause. And this is the first 5 fucking minutes, and we've already murdered like 5 people. When I saw that, PB, I said, so this is the kind of episode we're in for. But I could not predict. Oh, no, folks, because this isn't an episode where you get that super high and then they go, all right, we're going to slow it down. I don't know about you, PB, but I literally felt the tension from that moment. It just felt like, and I knew because they were highlighting on that fucking fight for so long and things like that. And
okay, this is what it was. This is what it was. The beginning of that scene when he's asking the waitress what they do well, and then he orders a banana shake with the whip, because who doesn't want the whip? Like, everyone wants a whip. Come on now.
He's a man of culture.
Right, and then he calls whatever police office you're supposed to call to get a hold of the AVTF.
Yep.
That is not easy to say, but whatever. That's not the point.
I always hated those initials.
That was like, you've gone to the gas station off of the highway, right? You're at the gas station. You got to get out of the car. You got to put the nozzle in. You got to fill the fucker up. Like, maybe you prepay. Maybe you're going in to pay afterwards. It don't really matter. But, you're kind of moving real slow. And then as soon as they fucking started the fucking car up, foot to the fucking floor, man. This whole episode.
Okay, I don't know about you. I don't know that there was a fucking slow scene. There's nothing I can point to.
The slowest scene that I can think of is, you could either say when they're filming the confessions of these people that got arrested.
But even then,
no, I'm just talking about those ones that you could consider. I didn't say I consider them slow, but they are slower than the rest of the episode. So
yeah.
Relatively speaking, that's one of the slow parts. And then when Daniel and Bibi are outside of the venue for the boxing match, and they have
I knew you were going to say that, and hold on. I just want to interject because I disagree. Because
you disagree that was slow?
I disagree because while it was slow,
that's all I'm saying. I didn't say it was bad. I said it was slow. Sometimes you need slow. This is in comparison to the rest of the episode. It's not in comparison to last episode or the episode before when we were like, come on.
And most people said this, and I can't believe I agree with them. Like, most reviewers have
that scene is just long enough to let you fucking breathe, and then boom, you're right back into shit.
Well, see, I was still holding my breath because when she got that note, I feel like even the slow scenes, you were kept in this moment of tension.
Oh, yeah, you're sucked in.
Yeah, because you see him slip the note, and Michael Gandolfini, I'm calling him his father. That's a big compliment because his fucking acting when he looks at her,
call him Mr. Gandolfini.
Yes, with Mr. Gandolfini, when his acting, and this is something his father did well, was the fucking looks. where he looks at her and you're sitting there holding your fucking breath going, oh my God, did he just put it together? Because he's got to know, like, I think too, that conversation we talked about it, I think he does know that she is maybe not the leak. He doesn't think that much, but she is in some way doing shit that is going to get them like fucking killed. And that moment when he looks at her in her face and then he just switches to, come on, I didn't know I was dating a celebrity.
It was good.
Like this, and even BB, and you guys know if you've been watching this review, I am not a fan of any of the new characters. I think that they are just not on the same level. But in that moment, I'll give it to this actress, man. She fucking impressed me. Like the way she like has that look, like you're looking as an audience member, and she's like, "Oh fuck, I'm caught." And then he just says that, like, it's just like, I don't know what happened. And this is a good I don't know what happened. I don't know if the writer's room was like, oh fuck, we only got 9 episodes. We need to kick it. I don't know if they had coffee delivered to them. Like maybe the coffee people were busy with Invincible and the boys, and then they just swung around Daredevil a little bit later. I don't know what the fuck happened, but holy shit, what a difference. And they fixed the problem we said. Remember we were bitching about the scuttling versus blowing up?
When he says it in the episode, I'm fucking here like, fuck yeah, fuck all you stupid sons of bitches that don't know what the fuck happened when you're reviewing a goddamn show, and they literally use the show to correct your asses. I loved it.
I like everything in this episode was everything that I hoped for the first episodes, but now that I see it, and I even said I'm giving them leeway because this director, the showrunner, seems competent. We don't have a D&D situation. He just seemed like he was put in a very tough situation where he has to rebuild and essentially make this his own show. And that's what they said in so many words in the behind the scenes, right? Without being dicks about it, which I want to give that guy kudos because he very nicely said that basically they fucked them on that season and he was doing the best he could with what he had. And for what they had, I think nobody else could have.
About season 3 of original Daredevil?
No. Season 1 of Born Again, if you watch when they talk about the retrospect, and he kind of like, without saying it, says, yeah, when we came in, we were trying to make 2 ideas work. You know, the whole corporate speak, but you could tell he was a step away from saying, yeah, they fucked us in the ass and we had to make the best of this shitty situation. And now he's got to reset the board to the story they want to tell. And I'm going to be honest with you.
Okay.
The story they want to tell, they fucking got me, man. They got me. I'm like, okay. Like, let's go. This episode was like, you're like waiting. And here's the thing before we get to the big spoiler, but I had this sinking feeling before I watched The Boys. This kicked off the whole everybody has died. Because I came from this and I watched The Boys and I go, what the fuck, man? Both shows are trying to fuck.
To be fair, like,
because I literally
we don't know 100%. Like, okay, so Invincible had what I thought was one of the best post-credit scenes they ever had for a short one. Like the ones where they're doing like 10, 15 minutes with Alan and Nolan, those are like in a different category because it's not like a post-credit scene. It's
kind of funny.
Scenes. But doing that scene to make us think that Conquest is going to pop out of the ground, and then they're like, no, he's dead. So we know that he is dead. I don't think, spoiler alert, we know for certain whether or not her name's Vanessa, right?
Yep.
Vanessa is dead. She got a shard in her head, and she was still conscious.
I watched the behind the scenes and I heard the other interviews. I'm gonna go with definitively because he made a comment that they were trimming down the cast this season and they were going to work on highlighting the battle between Fix and Daredevil. I think this is a smart move because one, I first off, the style she died in, I think doesn't disrespect the character, right? It goes with what we know these characters to be. There were signs that this was gonna happen, which they cleverly now, like I said, episode 4 makes 1, 2, and 3 better in retrospect, which is why I hate judging the show week by week, because now those visions and everything, they don't seem so, like, out of place because they were telling us directly what they were going to do in a very clever way, or at least the characters. So, I think that, um and where she got it, man, like, I understand the Daredevil gotcha moment. We all knew they weren't gonna fucking kill Matt last season, but we knew it was gonna fuck him up because this show is very good with not just brushing away people who get fucking fatal injuries, but let's be real, man. And even the directors were they were very coy about giving a definitive answer. But if you watch the podcast afterwards, he does in a roundabout way kind of just be like, yeah, she ain't coming back. So I I think that one, it makes sense. Um, and when that happened, I breathed a sigh of relief. But what's so
Oh, I
brilliant?
didn't breathe a sigh of relief when it happened. I got fucking amped up because I was like, holy fuck, because I I'm confident that she died, but we don't get confirmation. Like we don't see him take the body away. You know what I mean?
I think they're gonna do that in episode 5.
Which
But
is fine.
we're definitely gonna get like some kind of
I
or something.
I got amped up because I was like, oh fuck. Now Kingpin is gonna be completely unhinged. 'Cause
And
he don't give a fuck at all anymore.
this was great because I was waiting for the actual villain turn because even in the Netflix Daredevil, okay, seasons 1, 2, and 3, he's his most vicious. But as a viewer, you could kind of always give Kingpin a pass because you see he loves New York just as much as Daredevil does. It's just he approaches his love for the city different and he sees it differently, like we have to control the crime and in essence we'll make it better. But he's always had this darkness, and I think it's so great storytelling wise because now we get the Kingpin that we all know and love from the comic books or the animated show or the fucking 50
I'm
billion.
not gonna have the Kingpin that I want until he has Alistair Smythe wheeling around next to him. It's not gonna happen because Kingpin he's either gonna be in jail or he's gonna be dead at the end of the season because he's not the mayor in Spider-Man.
I mean, that's because they never did the arc, but this is a actual from source material. Never mind. My point being,
The source material for season 2 is season 1, by the way. That's the source material.
no, actually, season 1 is also drawing from the source material, which is really
what I'm telling you is there's no comic book where these things happen all in this order.
No, they're just picking and choosing like Disney always does. Even the showrunner said that this was from Born Again and another comic that he liked. But anyways, that isn't the point. Even though the showrunner does agree with me and does confirm that he is drawing from source material. But anyways, that isn't my point. By the way,
he's drawing from source material, fucking Daredevil.
anyways, that's not the point that I'm right. The point is. No, actually, you're also right too, because he does say he draws inspiration from, but not a one for one, because he doesn't want the comic fans to be able to guess what's going to happen. So we're both right. Okay. Can we just fucking leave it at that? Anyway,
sure.
Anyways, the point being is that what I mean by that is I'm glad that I think we're going to see not your Kingpin. I would love to see your version. I agree with you. I don't think we'll see that, but we'll finally see the version of the Netflix Kingpin that you never got to see. Watch the Netflix show. Anyways, where in the first season, he was much more vicious and kind of out of his mind. Hence the most famous scene where he slams a man's head into the door of his car for interrupting his date. I'm gonna be glad to get that. I think we're gonna get. Actually, I think the version we're gonna get is gonna be even more vicious than that. I mean, I feel like we might get a kingpin who will say, "Fuck it, I'll burn New York down," because Vanessa is the only thing that keeps him even remotely human. So I think this leads to a very interesting thing because he's not going to be thinking tactically. But besides that, we also have a great scene that I got to talk about. Very small scene, but I loved it. Matthew Lillard and that whole fucking kind of scolding. I love, like, I'm gonna call him New Wesley. You've never seen Daredevil season 1, but his manservant before this guy was named Wesley, and he was kind of vicious. And the new guy, I was not impressed with in season 1 or 2 because I'm a fan of Wesley. But when he took them guys out, I go, oh.
That was pretty badass. That was a badass moment for henchman number 1.
Yeah, I forget his name.
I don't remember his name either. We watched too much stuff and didn't get enough sleep.
But I will say, that was a scene where, like, just the acting too. I don't know about you, but it felt like if people were sleepwalking through episodes 1 through 3, and then this scene comes around, or this episode comes around. Even that fucking annoying lawyer lady and the scene she had with Karen, and the scene she had
redheaded Karen.
Number one, hey,
very nice,
loves,
very nice. Dude, can I tell you? I know why you like this episode so much.
Okay, go ahead. Why do you think?
The number one reason why you love this episode of Daredevil so much is because there's no therapist in it the entire time.
Dude, I
remember that from last week. You're like, fuck this therapist. I don't want to see this fucking therapist anymore. It's just a waste of fucking screen time. And they were like, okay.
And I gotta say, and it confirms to me the weakest actress. And look,
she's not the weakest actress. Like, she plays her role well, but I'm not compelled by her character. As soon as she was not connected with Daredevil anymore, I didn't give a fuck about her.
No. What I mean is, in contrast, her arc, her story is the weakest out of all of these stories. And it does alleviate because I still do hate the fucking little tiger chick, whatever.
Yeah, I don't really see her in the episode at all.
She, like I said, though, she was less annoying, and I didn't have therapist lady. You're absolutely right. So I was kind of like, oh, okay. It was kind of cute. She's got the little thing, and I like the little, like, you know what this means, right? You know the weight of that. So, like, I was like, oh, okay. It was like, it made me realize, and it makes me realize as you say that yeah, if we're looking at all the plots running, the absolute pointless plot, unfortunately, is that she doesn't fit in it, and she is a holdover from the old script.
I would say that they used her up. Like, the only thing they needed her for was the evaluations. Well, I guess really evaluation of the swordsman. So we can be like, oh yeah, he's a crazy person. He got to be locked up. What the fuck does that mean, Carmen?
Where is everyone else?
You're probably watching Daredevil or Invincible or The Boys.
Yeah. And you know what? You're a real one, Carmen. So thank you.
Thanks for being here. We appreciate it. Tell your friends. Don't you have friends that watch us?
I mean, yeah, you know, they're catching us on the replay because they don't want to be spoiled. And you know what? If you're watching us later because you knew this was going to be a full spoiler, cool. Make sure you watch the video all the way through because I need the watch time.
You know what else you need?
What else do I need, PB?
You need 15% off at moviepalette.com by using code ZONE15 to get a phenomenal piece of artwork you can hang on your wall and be in awe of, and always know when Batman set that flare off.
You know what? I might actually get that movie palette and put it like up here. So you'd be like black, kind of
Red.
black, red. Anyways, so yeah,
So thank you, Movie Palette, for being a sponsor of the Fandom Zone, is what you were gonna say, right?
yeah, so thank you, Movie Palette, for being a sponsor of the Fandom Zone in year 2. I want to thank you guys a lot, and as always, please, if you want to support this villain, go over there, purchase a Movie Palette, use the code. I have the link to moviepalette.com and my code in the description. So
copy the code, click on the link, buy yourself a great piece of art, guaranteed to arrive before Christmas.
Yeah, and actually they have it. I know.
I wonder if you think they have. You know, we're just after Easter. I wonder if they have a movie palette for Passion of the Christ.
I'm gathering they have to.
It's just brown, and then when you get to the end, red streak again.
So with this, I think that we've got the main problem of Daredevil, which is that the therapist does take up too much time, and honestly, I hate
Not this episode.
They need to get her out of the show somehow, and I'm not saying they need to kill her off necessarily.
Well, okay, let's put it this way. If she doesn't show up ever again, like if they literally just like Irish goodbye her, like poof, gone, what's going to change? They don't need her anymore.
What changes if her scenes are never in the show to begin with? Honestly,
they needed her because she was already established. It's not like you're going to go out and get some other random person to just be your expert psychologist when you already had a psychologist, therapist, whatever you want to call it in the show. Like, you're going to use that character because people already know them. They know what kind of professional she is, because you definitely get that sense. I don't think she was as wasted in season 1 because she was intertwined with the Muse storyline. Like, that was good. Whereas in season 2, the only thing they needed her for, like her whole arc in this season could have been her erasing a check mark and moving it into the other box. That's the most important thing she did.
I even think in season 1, if I remember correctly, I was not as hard on her in that. And as a matter of fact, I thought the episode with her with Muse in the office was the acting was great. I think we even complimented that. So
she's a good actress.
It's not on the actress. I don't blame her at all. I don't even think she's playing the character that she's good at, and she plays her as she's always played her in the show. But I've heard this criticism before, and I agree. It's that there's still a lot of dangling threads that are kind of hanging from the first season that I think they're trying to wrap everything up, which kind of leaves us in a position where, unfortunately, a lot of this season is spending time exiting and cutting loose the things we don't need, which is going to make for a great season 3, which has already been confirmed. They're already making it. But I just hate that it forces the pace to slow down for the first 3 episodes, when really, and we've said this 1,000 times, and we're going to say this for every show that we're reviewing right now, this isn't like a bad show. This isn't like a 2 or even a 5. I don't think I gave any of these episodes really low marks. I think
you gave it a 6, dickhead.
Or 6. I still wasn't at a 5. It's still above average. That's what a 6 is.
60% is just passing.
Okay, that's by that scale. In movie
Good luck,
range,
Carmen.
1 through 5 is 6, 7 is good. 8, 9, 10,
Carmen, you should
9 are
probably leave your
and 10 is,
computer on and the stream running while you're gone.
oh yeah. And we'll still be talking, Carmen. Don't worry. Anyways, the point I'm making is that even at a 6 for this show is still like this show comparatively, my 6 for this show would be like if I was to compare it to a shitty show like say Rings of Power. That would be actually equated to 8 or a 9 versus that show. Because we're talking about even at this show at its worst, let's say, for me, and what I particularly get out of it is nowhere near a poorly written bad show. I mean, can things be a mess or whatever else? Yeah, sure. But this episode to me proved that the writers have a plan, and that's the most important thing for me when I'm watching this. I don't want to feel like I'm wasting my fucking time. And I told you from the beginning I was a little concerned, but this episode put my mind right at ease. I was
As
like,
it should. It was fucking amazing.
I honestly, PB, I mean, what are we gonna do for let's just do bye Carmen. We'll see you when you get back. Just leave us running.
What, you get 3 full-blown fight scenes in this episode?
And a death.
A probable death.
I'm going to confirm it as a death based on what I heard in the podcast. I'm going to say
I watched the podcast, so I must have not been paying attention because I didn't hear him say, "Oh yeah, she's dead."
He danced around it. So yeah, you can kind of go with it's still unconfirmed, but the way he was talking, I'm going to say she's fucking dead. He phrased it more as, well, you got to watch the next episode. So good on the showrunner because he ain't giving shit away. But I'm just saying, given where her wound is, she ain't alive. And given how thick that fucking thing was that went into her temple, where
it's
her
not about how thick it was,
and there was blood.
It's about how deep the penetration was. Guy, I've seen fucking Ric Flair bleed so goddamn much, you wouldn't suspect he would still be alive today. The amount of blood is irrelevant. We saw Mark Grayson have his guts spilled out of his body, and he didn't fucking die. But you think a piece of the fucking glass to the temple, you're like, oh, she was standing there talking to me.
Okay. We'll have to actually solve this debate on episode 5, but this is how great the episode is that we're going to have to come back and see which one of us is right. At the very least, if she is not dead, I could see them pulling a she's brain dead thing, which is
I heard that. I heard that in a couple places where they're going to put her in a coma for the rest of the season.
Which, honestly, though, because they could pull some bullshit, which I hope I would like to think. Like, look, I love Vanessa. I'm from the old school series, like everyone else. But let's be real. I'm going to give you guys a hard truth. They need to fucking kill characters, and this would impress me. And I think it's needed to kind of trim the fat off of it. And she's had a great arc. She's had, even if you just take Born Again 1 and this Born Again 2, right? Let's just take these seasons into account. I don't know about you, PB. I think she's had a full arc, and I think the best play here is to kill the character because it gives it one ups the stakes, and it gives us tension because when she's dead, we know that Kingpin's going to be pissed, and that in extension is going to give more anxiety because then you're like, oh, he's not just going to be out to capture people now. He's going to be out to fucking kill people, and that's going to make everything else I feel more intense. You know what I mean? Because you're going to be like, oh man, he could kill anyone at any time. He's not going to. We've seen Wilson mad. If she dies, dude, bro, like he ain't going to talk to people anymore. He's not gonna have a chat
No, it's going to be a lot of telling.
So, but anyways, let's just take it out, whether she's dead or not. Everything leading up to it, the way they built everything up, 9. I'm going with a 9 for this.
Which fight scene did you like the best? So you
Diner. You could say that.
You got Bullseye versus the AVTF at the beginning. Then you got Bullseye versus Daredevil, let's call it in the middle. And then you got
Bullseye kills
Fisk versus Boxer versus Bullseye versus Daredevil.
Diner. You notice I can say that without, and I'll tell you why.
See, I do love the diner scene. Would you like me to hear, or would you like me to tell you what my problem is with the diner scene?
Okay, I'll give it to you. I don't see it, but go ahead.
I don't know the math behind it, but like a fork is a fork all day fucking long. Can we agree on that?
Yeah.
A human forehead is a human forehead all day long. Can we agree on that? Like minor differences, like I have a normal one, yours is about 4 feet thick, right?
Yeah.
Kryptonian. It's a joke, people. It's a joke.
Laugh at me, people. Kryptonian. I will kill a plant.
Right. So what I need to know, like from what I understand, Bullseye doesn't have super strength.
Yes, he does.
What do you mean he does? Does Daredevil have super strength?
Daredevil season 3. At the end, they put cybernetics and enhance his abilities. And the end of season 3 is him blinking with like a cybernetic eye. And then they show the inside and they're like, oh, we've had to replace him with parts because him and Kingpin. Watch season 3. Him and Kingpin got into a fight with Daredevil.
Okay, my issue is I want to know. I need somebody like Kyle Hill or the Mythbusters or something like that to show me how hard you have to throw a fork in order that it penetrates somebody's forehead deep enough to hit their brain and kill them.
Okay.
I'm having a hard time getting on board with forks killing people in the forehead.
I can almost, because I want to see this happen, I can be with you on that. I do want to see a Mythbusters episode to see if they can prove that.
No, I just want to know how much it would take. Like with a knife, like the one, like it was the big kitchen knife was in the guy's throat, right?
Yeah, that's completely.
The kitchen knife is extra sharp, and your throat is extra vulnerable, extra soft. Yep. Like any place where there's no bone, like your skull, you got what 2-3 millimeters of flesh before you're hitting fucking bone.
And then you got the bone.
Not to mention the fact that some of the guys that he threw the forks into, it went through the helmet first and then went into their fucking head. And I was like, there's even, so he's got some version of super strength. Like, I thought that the cybernetics were targeting issues. Like, now he can always hit what he's throwing at.
Okay, so.
Which isn't entirely true, because as soon as you're dealing with any other main character, then the rules don't apply.
They explain that well, because there's always a X factor that, like, for instance, the Vanessa and Kingpin thing. He threw the target accurately. Kingpin just happened to be the variable that.
Okay.
And even then, he still hit the target.
I don't think that he did.
We'll have to see the next episode, because
I'm curious if he was aiming for Kingpin or if he was. I understood. Listening to the podcast, like if you understood that she was dead listening to the podcast, what I understood from the podcast was that Bullseye was throwing the little glass statue thing or whatever, little skyline thing or whatever it is. He was throwing it at Fisk, and when Fisk deflected it from himself, one of the pieces shot to the side and hit her in the head. He was not trying to kill Vanessa in that moment. Just like he wasn't trying to kill Vanessa last time he went after him either. He was still just trying to kill Kingpin. We've been wrong this whole time.
At that moment, though, still, the only thing, and that's going to be my one negative that I pick for the whole episode, because I'm glad you bring it up. The camera angle's weird, because from how it's shot, it does not look like he is trying to hit him, because it's shot at a side angle. It looks like it's going to her, and I don't know if they purposely shot it that way.
When I watched it, I agree with you. It looked like he was throwing it essentially past his face, and he was deflecting it away from her. But then when I listened to the podcast, they make it sound like he was throwing it at Fisk, and this was like random collateral damage.
And see, that's where, once again, and we've said this before, and the one thing they need to clean up, and this is why it's not a 10 for me, it's just a 9. There's still fucking tech issues that we can find in the episodes that we can't find in other shows. It's just this whole episode has been pretty much perfect until you get to that.
It's
a weird.
I don't know if it's directed or if it's edited or if it's shot weird. It could be all.
It's the fucking editor because of the boat, the goddamn boat. He did the fucking same thing where the boat was fucking vertical like this. And when they showed the picture of it blowing up, it was fucking straight up and down. Everybody said I was fucking crazy. And I wasn't. Fucking Disney didn't remove it, folks. Go to that fucking scene, fucking rewind it back, and look. When they show the boat fucking blowing up, it's like this. But the boat was originally fucking on its nose. It was like they blew it up in one shot, completely fucking horizontally, and then in the other shot they had it vertically for it being scuttled. The fucking editor is drunk or an angry midget. I have no fucking idea, and he fucked it up. And it's the same thing with this shot. They probably shot 15 different fucking versions of this, and this fucking guy who's ever doing the editing decided to take the fucking weirdest angle and use that one as the shot. And it pisses me off because editing ruins shit, and I hate when something is poorly edited because you have a great fucking almost a 10 out of 10 episode that could have been perfect if this fucking guy editing wasn't on fucking speed or whatever he's fucking doing when he's doing these fucking cuts. It's goddamn ridiculous. This is the second fucking...
I don't know, like, is that a director issue? Because it's definitely not a writing issue.
Like, I almost feel like I get the direction, so it's either the way it was shot or this fucking editor. And I don't know who you are, but I'm coming for you. Because if I find something else that's fucking edited poorly, I am going to fucking find this guy and thrash him.
Slight gripe with it. When you're watching him hit the fucking glass piece with the belt, you see it shatter into relatively small pieces. And then when you look at her, the chunk that is in her head is huge compared to what was on that little thing.
I'm going to say I noticed that. I'm going to give it a pass. I'm gathering, once again, the editing's fucked up, so who the fuck knows if I'm right, but I'm gathering that it hit most of it because they showed the three, like,
I don't know. I feel like
one was on the end. So I'm gathering it.
The shot needed to be wider so that way we can see the spray, but it needs to still be cut off that we can't see her, because then you have the moment of tension where he's fucking...
Okay, so
Daredevil knocks him out of the fucking building. I do love the fact that they just fucking run away. They just like fall out of the building and you're like, oh, gone.
I fucking love that. I actually thought that was fucking hilarious.
I mean, it was almost as hilarious as knowing that Daredevil's getaway is a fucking Range Rover.
But here's my issue is that, and it's been my issue for my one big issue for the show, and because I've said this since this has happened, is that I hate that the show has so much potential and we're seeing how great it is, and that little mistakes, because then we're sitting here questioning who the fuck let this happen, because you have post, you have edit, you have the script to scene to directing to shooting, then post, then edit, then the final fucking cut that everybody sits and looks at. How does this make it in this way?
I don't know.
That's my issue.
Well, not to mention the fact that somebody looked at it and they were like, yeah, that's the version we're going with. That's the good one.
That's my only thing.
Especially
And
when you can do, like, it's the same director that did the rest of the fucking episode. So it's like, how in the fuck? It's the same editor that did the rest of the episode.
the
Like,
guy I'm gonna fucking take out.
Did you just get fucking tired one day and you're like, that's good?
It's so infuriating because it's more infuriating, and folks, this is why we nitpick, because it's more infuriating when you know that everything else has been solid. And that's the issue with having a good show too, is that when you know all of this other stuff is solid, the flaws stand out more, which is why you got to be even better when you make a good episode, because then the stuff you really mess up on are very more obvious. It's much more obvious because the rest of it's so fucking good.
Like, we're griping about something that's so fucking minuscule too. That's how good this episode was.
We're literally griping about the statue, and if it was theoretically possible, the fucking angle and the math calculations. So, folks, this is our biggest gripe, and it's still a fucking 9. So that tells you how good.
I give it a 9.5, guy. It's practically perfect.
I only give it a 9 because I had the statue thing, and my biggest complaint was the statue. And no, okay, the statue got me a lot because it's an editing thing that's giving me PTSD from the boat. So that's my biggest thing, because I'm getting flashbacks from the boat.
Dude, what I'm super excited for is the fact that now, as far as Daredevil is concerned, the character in the show, not like the TV show itself, but the character in the show, now they have an unlimited budget because they have access to the swordsman's bank account. Fuck yes. That means we're getting toys, motherfucker.
I'm super, yeah. Like, everything in this episode, so perfect.
Oh, go ahead. I have a question when you're done.
Everything in this episode, to me, which is why, once again, it's a 9. But like I said, I'm giving a 1-point cushion.
Right. It can be better.
Yeah, it can be better. And for me, it's like everything in this episode kind of also makes me pissed off a little bit for the rest of the season, because it does so well. It still sets everything in motion for what we're going to get. But I feel like if we cut the fucking therapist and some of the other stuff from the first 3 episodes, we could have been at 9 or 10s all the way up to this point. And then for me, this would have been a 10 because I wouldn't have noticed the fucking boat, and I could have forgiven this editing decision. But because I saw 2 blatant, very blatant, like, technical issues, and people don't fucking come at me with comments, well, it's just entertainment, blah, blah, blah. Tech issues are important, because when you have a great episode, it is fucking noticeable, very noticeable when you make a fuck up, and this isn't a small fuck up. Like, this is like visual, okay? And like, yes, a lot of people aren't going to be fucking nitpicking like we are, but that's our fucking job. And this is the second fucking technical issue we have found in the show. Twice they have fucked up technically, where you're talking about a show that has like $150 million budget or whatever it is. It's a pretty fucking high budget. Like, this is not $150 million worth of a correction. This is like, what, maybe an extra day, maybe $1 million of extra time to fucking iron it out and make it look better. Okay. I don't know how editing works.
My favorite fight was the final fight, including the boxing match.
No.
Like, it was fucking great. And my question is to you, do you think that Fisk killed the other boxer?
I
thought that he was. For a second there, I thought he was going to kill him. Like, I thought he was going to kill him, and then Vanessa shows up, and the boxer gets a one good fucking hit on Kingpin, and I was like, "Oh, you're definitely fucking dead now." And he goes and fucks him up big time, but I'm not sure if he's dead.
I don't think he's dead, because I saw this scene, and this is my other complaint, I guess. Okay, so nitpick number 2 that brings it down to a 9 for me. Some of this, and I like them paying homage to the Netflix, and I can't believe I'm saying this, and maybe
Interesting. I
the
pay
Netflix
homage.
fans, yeah, maybe the Netflix fans are gonna fucking flame me for this, but we had Daredevil Netflix, and I feel like they, instead of pulling inspiration, pull directly from the fucking show, because there's a scene very similar to this in Daredevil season 1 on Netflix. So I don't want to retrend. I do want to give these guys the leeway to do their own thing, and this is a very similar scene.
The leeway?
I'm gonna give them the leeway. You guys get that joke?
Some people don't understand the joke because they weren't here at the beginning of the fandom zone, but it's okay. No doxing.
But anyways, my point being is that I think that what they have here creatively is great for it to stand on its own.
Are you on fire?
No, but I might be, because this is a pretty good speech.
I heard the siren.
I think that this is a good show that has potential to stand on its own 2 feet. It has its own legs. And look, I'm a fan of the Netflix show. I ask PB, I fucking badger him at least once a week to fucking watch the Netflix shows. I think he would love them. And he'll probably watch them and be like, Zod was right. These are fucking fantastic. They even connect to the old MCU. Anyways, that isn't the point. My point is that while the Netflix shows was great, we all bitched about certain things because Netflix didn't have the budget to do what they needed to do, which is why the show was so grounded and gritty. And I think that if I want to watch the Netflix Daredevil, I can fucking go on Disney Plus and watch the Netflix Daredevil show and get the enjoyment. And I think, and I can't believe I'm saying this to side with PB, but I think that this needs to stand on its own, and it needs to have its own flow and flavor, while still I like it being like Netflix. I like it being mature. I think it should keep that tone. They're doing it very well, but it should stand on its own 2 feet, and it should not be pulling so heavily from the past, because these writers are good. I strongly feel they get the characters. The actors are knocking it out of the park, and I don't think we need to keep on reharping the past. Like, let's do some new shit. And this is why I am hoping Vanessa's dead. And I know people will bitch across the internet. I'm just waiting to go on X to see what that was like. But I think that we're at a new stage. And if we want to push this great property forward and we want to get more people invested, we need to stop fucking doing the past. And that's not just for this show. That's just for nostalgia in general. Like, yeah, give us nostalgia, but give us its own story, something different, something fucking unique. As PD says, we don't need, well, thank you. We need, like, yes, respect, but you could still do amazing, great stories without having to directly copy something someone's already done. And why I put so much hope on this show is because I know that they got the writing chops to do it. And I don't want them to get nervous or get scared or get pressured by certain fans who are just going to not fucking be pleased with anything because Disney or Marvel is doing it. So fuck them. They're not going to be happy anyways. Just write a really good story and fucking have the guts to stick to it. And yeah, it's cool to have a little nostalgia from the old show that, like, I'll understand. But, like, don't directly pull shit from the other show. You know, if you want to do this thing, change it up a little bit. But, like, have the confidence to write your own stuff. Because from what I can see, none of these writers are shitty. And the show directors are passionate. And they actually care. And that's all I want when we're watching these things, PD. And I think we got it. You know what I mean? Thank you. Thank you. I'm here all week. That's just my point. I can't say anymore. Like, that's my point. That's my only, like, real big issue.
It might be the best episode of Daredevil ever made. I agree with that.
And it is. And it proves to me they don't need to. That's the other thing. They don't need to draw shit from the past to me. And this dude was a showrunner for the previous seasons of Netflix Daredevil. I mean, he's already done fucking massive good stuff. So for me, it's like, okay, what do you have new? Now let's move this forward. We don't need to go backwards. And I think the problem, especially with fandoms now that we're running into, is that they don't want necessarily things from the past. They think they do. What they really want is good writing from the things that they love that have these source material things, but that capture what they picture in their mind. No one knew they wanted fucking Daredevil in Netflix until they watched it. Everyone, as a matter of fact, if I remember correctly, fucking downgraded it and said, "Oh, this is like the bargain bin Marvel MCUs." They used to say that it's bargain bin MCU, blah blah blah. And then they watched Daredevil.
It's not connected to Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., so
yeah. But you were wrong because they actually do make a reference several times to the New York incident. But anyways, that isn't the point. Watch the fucking Netflix Daredevil. Anyways, it is connected vaguely. Anyways, that is the point. The point is that these writers created something amazing, but I think fans are hurting some of these projects. And we can say this as fans. We've been on that side of the gate with Star Wars for fucking how long now? But we got to let new people cook and give their ideas before we judge them, because shitting on people and being fucking
I disagree with you. I don't think that we need new people, and I think that's why the new Stargate show is going to be fucking amazing, because it doesn't have new people writing it. It's the same fucking people writing it.
Well, no, what I mean is we have the same showrunner from the first 3 seasons of the Netflix Daredevil. But what I'm saying is it's not new people, new ideas that still are as good as the old ones. Or, God help us, better. But yeah, so we go in favorite scene because we already gave our rating. I think I'm at a 9. You're at a 9.5. Same fucking difference. Let's go to favorite scenes, and then we'll get into probably my favorite show on this list. I know, bold statement, Cotton, but I'm just gonna say it. The next show was my favorite watching out of the 3. And I think I'm gonna be higher than you on them too, because I fucking called it. I fucking told you, PB. You said, "Oh, well, I'm not sure if the boys are going to be able to pull it off." You fucking said it. And as a matter of fact, I won't fucking play from last week because you were like, "I don't know, Dad. I don't know if they're good."
You have no idea what I said last week. And you're definitely not going to play it because you don't have it queued up and you'll never find what you're looking for.
God damn it, I won't. But I know you said it, you fucking prick.
I said what? I don't think the boys is going to be able to stick the landing?
No, you weren't as jazzed up, and you said, "Oh, your exact words are, well, I don't think it's going to start like you think it is. It's going to be a little bit slower. They're going to take their time. It's not going to be anything really until the later episode." And I said to you, "No, I know Aaron Kripke, and I know that especially on his final seasons."
I vaguely remember roughly what I said. And it was something along the lines of the season premieres have gotten less intriguing with every single season. Like they give you they gave 3 episodes every other season before this one, and now they only give you 2. And I was like, okay, little skeptical, and I guess I should go in the kitchen and put egg all over my face.
Fuck yeah, I can't wait. But wait, before we get hyped, because I'm going to be fucking
blazing from Daredevil. My favorite scene from Daredevil is probably still, even with my issues with it, I still pick that opening fight scene, especially with how
I knew it! You son of a bitch, you were poking holes in my thing, but well, I don't think the skull is thick enough. I fucking do it. The diner scene, dude. It's just such a fucking great
the way that it's pieced together, and not to mention the beautiful slow start. The filling up of the gas tank at the beginning when he's like, "Oh, the Punisher. I see Frank Castle, the Punisher. Oh, shit. He has a gun." It was amazing.
Dude, that's okay. So, what makes it so great, and this is why I get annoyed with little inconsistencies is when you look at it, the song choice, like the way they're kind of a matter of fact about like showing you the day in the life of this fucking sociopath, but you could almost, if you had no fucking clue who Bullseye was, if this was the first ever episode you watched, you could almost be like, oh yeah, this guy's kind of cool, you know, he's got a little bit of vibe, he's all happy, he's talking with his neighbors. And then what's so brilliant about it too is that you think he wouldn't hurt the neighbor next door, which is so brilliant. This is what I'm talking about, understanding a character and capturing the essence, because as soon as Daredevil comes for him, the first fucking thing he does is take that sweet old lady hostage with a fucking gun and says, I'll blow her fucking head off, while saying he wants to be the good guy.
I do love. She pops in and she's what's his name? She calls him Tony.
Tony, yeah. She's like, Tony, what are you doing?
Oh, my Tony, and then boom, abduction. I was like, you dumb bitch.
Like, and she's like that sweet old heavyset Mexican woman. So she's like, my Tony, I don't understand. Like, if this is what I mean when you have such a perfect episode of television. That's why, folks, I nitpick.
Dude, you know the episode is good when the scene that I'm nitpicking ends up being my favorite scene.
I know, that was fucking hilarious because
I could tell you I was disappointed. I was disappointed with the amount of Tony Dalton that we did not get, and now it seems like he's not going to do it anymore. Like that's the impression that I got when he goes, "I'm too old for this shit."
But to be fair, though, I think that one, we will see more of him. I don't think we won't. But two, if it is a send-off, I don't think that, like, especially Vanessa or him, I think that each one feels like a natural conclusion to their arc within this show. So even if we never see him in Daredevil, who I'm not counting out, we won't see him somewhere in the MCU.
Well, I mean, I thought, which I don't know, they keep rejiggering the schedule all the time. Like we were supposed to get a Young Avengers with new Hawkeye and Girl Ant-Man, and who else? I guess Ironheart. Oh my God, that feels so bad. No, I was trying to name all of the young people that they had. Like, I know her name is Kate Bishop.
Talking
the other ones.
There was another one. What was? Miss Marvel.
Ms. Marvel, that's a good one. I like that show, but I don't need to see any more of Ironheart ever again.
Oh yeah, I think that was the other one. Fuck.
And you got Cassie. Her name's Cassie. Scott Lang's daughter, Cassie, was supposed to be the young Ant-Man.
But Ironheart's a villain, so I don't think they're gonna have her on the team.
I agree with that. Fuck that bitch.
Fucking okay. You know what? I can't believe I'm saying this. Mark it down, folks. It is 2:04:06. I watch She-Hulk.
Yours says 2:04. Mine says 2:03.
Okay, I'm always ahead because I'm awesome. Anyways, that isn't the point. I would rather She-Hulk become a fucking full-fledged member of the Avengers and see her again than ever fucking see Ironheart on anything.
Oh, I can agree with that.
And it's not even fucking close, because at least Tati Maslany can fucking act and is hot.
I mean, the only person I want to see again from Ironheart is Mephisto.
And even that, not my Mephisto. I like Sacha Cohen Baron. I think he's fine. I think he does a terrible Mephisto. I
thought it was very nice.
I don't know what the fuck the accent was. But you know what? I'm not going to blame him. I'm just going to say it was such a shitty show. They didn't know how to fucking use anybody, because everybody's shit in that show. Except for the one guy, unfortunately, who's the son of the bad guy from the first movie. The show was so terrible, I forgot everybody's names.
Oh, fuck, yeah. What's that actor's name?
Yeah, he's the only one putting in any work. Like, I would like to see him again. But everybody else could go fuck themselves. That show was fucking bad.
But you could. We could get a League of Supervillains would be good. Like, get them together on the raft. I think that would be really good. Seeing those guys again.
Love you.
So then we can get. Then we can get one of my favorite villains back from so long ago, Justin Hammer.
You know, you're gonna get it.
Are you even there anymore, Zod?
I'm sorry. I was being distracted by a hot fucking woman. You can't blame me, folks. I'm fucking human.
Well, I mean, I'm not surprised that you turned the camera off. We don't need to get copyright struck for too much shoulder.
Look, we have to keep this stream PG-13 or R. Oh, you fucking me. You get out of here, okay? You're fucking distracting me. I got a job to do here. Sorry about that, folks. We need to clip that and put that. It's 206. Clip that whole fucking exchange and put it on there. Dude, I was a little bit disappointed my crypto thing didn't do as well as I thought.
Yeah, I don't know what happened
more
with
people
that.
would agree with me. I guess there's more dog lovers.
People love dogs.
But anyways, no, when it comes to this episode, when it comes to everything, bottom line, because I'm gonna go pee and you can highlight some more stuff. I'm sorry, I'm drinking some great Smirnoff, 8% more alcohol. That isn't the point. My bottom line is that, and just we're gonna bottom line this. Great fucking show. I loved it. And the only reason why I noticed the technical shit and I'm highlighting it is because the episode's so good. We can't pull anything that's fundamentally wrong. There's not a bad actor. What we brought up She-Hulk and fucking Ironheart, right? That's terrible. You just throw a stone, you can pick what's wrong with that show. This is so fucking good. This episode is so fucking great that we're sitting here digging in the weeds to try to find anything to be like, well, it can't be a 10. But I mean, for PB, it's pretty fucking close. And for me, it's the best episode of
it could have been a 10 with what is okay. You can go away now.
I'll be right back.
What I love about the show so much is, like you said, it's such a good episode. We have to nitpick at some of the editing to say anything constructive about it, because I don't want. I guess we criticized it, but just letting them know, which I'm sure they have it already edited already. It's not like they're editing it right now, so we're not going to change what they're going to do going for the future. But what we say now can affect how they do stuff in another season, which has already been confirmed. So I don't know if the people are taking our criticism well. I would think that they would, because I don't think that we're being overly harsh, just pointing out what we're seeing or not seeing.
Yeah. And I think that even the showrunners are taking feedback by like the interviews I hear and how they're shooting it this year and what they're doing. This is a show that I think still it's exciting because it's still so new. Even in season 2, I think this is a show that is just going to get better as we go along. Bold prediction. I think this is a show that honestly we're going to look back on and say, the first 2 seasons were a little bit rough, but goddamn, those last ones.
I don't know if they stick at the pace that they're at right now, they're going to be on the Andor level.
I'm going to say right now, we might not see season 2 because of how stacked this year is for television. May not make my top 10 list, but we're definitely doing an honorable mention. And if it doesn't make the top 10 list, it'll be on my honorable mention because this show has so much potential. And that's what I see in this show a lot is the potential for growth. That for me this is the type of show that's only going to get better as they move on and they move along and they advance the story. And I'm actually more excited to see in the grand scheme of the new MCU, the new phase. I'm like, they said this is like kicking off things. They're very much intense in saying these are going to be more connected.
Daredevil's got to be the start of this phase, because if you're looking at just the movie side of it, just the movie side, don't include any of the TV shows, Spider-Man is supposed to be starting the phase, and Daredevil leads directly into it.
And I love it. I wish this is what we got in the beginning. Like, you know my feelings. I love Wanda. I thought that was a great start, but they played the ball a lot. This to me is exactly what the television should have been, because you could watch this separately and maybe not understand everything, but you can wholeheartedly go into everything. Whereas I think it's harder connecting these television shows to the movies, and I think it works better where you let the movies affect the shows a little bit more and keep them in their own thing. Like, Netflix had the right idea of the shows connect to each other as opposed to making the shows connect to the movies, and just, you could have two separate things and then we can have two great connected universes. You want to be on the movie side, cool. Or you could be just watching the shows and going, oh, well, this show connect with this show, and I like this. I think there's room for them to really, and I think, Kevin hasn't been running shit for this long for being stupid. I think the best course of action is to keep these vaguely connected in the movie verse and then let them connect in the showverse more, and then just be like, hey, you want to watch the connected television shows? There you go. You want to just watch the movies? There you go. If you want to fucking connect them when the movie comes to Disney Plus, boom, you got that. So it gives me hope for Marvel, man. This show has really made me more excited, and the brand new day trailers, I'm not gonna lie, it made me really excited for Marvel again. So I think this is doing exactly what it's supposed to be doing. So good on them. I think they got a game plan, but let's talk about the best show on this list, The Fucking Boys season premiere. Before we begin, and I'm gonna make a very bold statement, and I don't give a shit. I don't know if you're gonna fight me on this one, but fucking 10 out of 10. This is a perfect fucking episode. And I'm gonna go a step further, and I'm gonna say this is probably even than the season 1 premiere, because of the way that they end this and the way that it builds. This reminds me of season 1. And I don't want to get to the end into the main kill because I want to kind of lead up to it, but the way they connected that to the very fucking first season of the show, they have been cooking, and Crippy and the gang have been fucking cooking. They did not waste any time.
No.
They came out and they said, motherfucker, this is the final season. We are not fucking around. This is, I had this amped up in my head and my expectation in every way. Just about every joke landed for me. What they do, there's some fucking terrifying scenes in this episode. I got a bit of a tear at the end. We'll get to that. And I know people are gonna say, "Well, it's really a main character." Fuck you. It's a main character that died in this show. That had the arc, and it's brilliant that they chose that character, because his arc was probably been done since season 2.
Dude, that was on my TV time. That was the only part that I made a comment in reference to, and all I said was, sometimes you live long enough to be the hero.
Bro. Okay, so let's just get into it. First off, 10. Do you think I'm going too high? I don't know how you make this episode better, or in what way it's worse. And maybe it's just because of the end I'm rating it so high.
I mean, okay,
But I thought all the way
yes.
through.
I think saying that it was perfect is too high because from watching all of the previous seasons and episodes and seeing how these particular characters work, like my biggest gripe is it seemed when they were at the mental institution or insane asylum, what was that 2 seasons ago?
Oh yeah,
When they were in there and they're fighting the guy with the frickin' dick for a tail or tail for a dick, whichever way you want to say it. When they're fighting him in the previous season or the previous 2 seasons, whatever, however you want to say it, when they're fighting him previously, they don't seem to be able to handle him at all. And then in this episode, MM is able to take him one-on-one. Like MM doesn't have any fucking superpowers. All he's been doing is like working out like a regular guy and fighting. This guy's got a superpowered dick, and he just fucking essentially chops him down.
I would disagree because I would say he was losing the majority of the time until he did that one move. And I was gonna okay it because that not only hurts because of we're guys and we know how fucking devastating that would be, but that's double painful because that is like a sentient part of him. So I'm over. I understand. I do agree with you. The power is a little bit wonky, but I understand the need for him to be the one to beat that guy because of what happened in Street.
I get it, but I don't know. I feel like I think they needed to be a little more creative in how he did it instead of it being like exclusively a face-to-face confrontation.
I could get on board with you on that, but at the time, like I said, and this is why we talk it out, I'm still going to be at a 10, but I do agree with you. At the time, I was kind of amped up, so I wasn't really looking.
I was very tired because I watched episode 1 after I watched the episode of Invincible because I wasn't sure if I was going to be able to stay awake. So I was like, well, if I don't know if I'm going to be able to stay awake, I'll do the show that only has the one episode, so I'm not like cutting myself off in the middle and cucking myself. I don't want to do that. And then the baby woke up, and I was like, well, I guess I can stay awake and watch the next episode. And then I watched episode 2 after I got up today.
And we'll
to rip the Band-Aid off, we're ripping the Band-Aid off, 9.5.
It's so interesting. What is it just that keeps this from being perfect? Because I would argue the end scene for me, I would have been at a 9.5, but the end scene to me was so brilliant, made so much.
The end scene is a 10.
Yeah,
like from the moment where they. What is the dude's fucking name that eats the dirt?
Oh wow!
What the fuck was that?
Yeah.
And then he shoots it out his asshole. I was like, okay. Like, okay. I thought it was great. So from the moment that they get to the woods and he starts digging the hole until the episode ends, perfect. Just like Homelander would say. Down to every minute detail.
See, I would disagree. I found in this what surprised me, and I don't know if you felt the same way, or maybe it was just because you were tired, and maybe if you rewatch it, you could see where I'm coming from. Because I know Eric Kripke, I felt a sense of dread watching this episode, especially with the way he was kind of framing everything. And this is what I talk about. Daredevil, Born Again. You need to take fucking notes from these guys. The way he's shooting everything, the way he's framing everything, the way it's so oppressive, even when they're telling the jokes. Like, I don't know about you, but I got this like looming feeling that something was going to happen. And the great thing about these writers and why I love Aaron Kripke and his style of writing is not only does he make you feel like something's going to happen, somebody is going to die on this mission, and you just waiting for the pin drop, but then he fucking does it. And I respect like the balls. It's the old Chekhov's gun, right? You show a gun, and that puts into the audience's mind that at some point they're going to shoot the gun.
I mean,
He's
it should in my mind it should be called Chekhov's phaser, but whatever.
But you get what I'm saying, right? Did you just not have that feeling, like that feeling where you're like, I don't know why, but I feel like this isn't going to end well, and I didn't know if it was going to be one of the boys or something, especially when they're breaking in the camp. Like from that point on, there's just this like looming feeling that I had watching this whole episode.
I mean, I had to feel
someone in the first episode
when they say that they're going to bust somebody out of prison. It's like, okay, apprehensive because you're trying to break someone out of prison in the first place.
It's the main character.
And then when they have the scene where Huey is talking to whoever the chick is that he befriended inside the prison, is like, don't give up, don't give up. And then that person goes to escape. And then you got, I don't know what her powers are. You know what that girl's powers are from the insane asylum? Because I thought that they were like Marie Moreau's, but now I feel like it's just telekinesis and she's literally crushing the people.
Think of it like, because I know exactly what they are because it's from the comic books. Think of like the Force, but times 10. That's just Force Crusher.
Right, so it's just telekinesis,
basically. More
right. So when I saw that she was essentially the lookout or the sniper or whatever you'd like to call it, I was like, how in the fuck are you getting out of this fucking place without her squishing someone?
And this is what I'm talking about with how brilliant the show is. From like moment one, you're either thinking that one of our main guys are going to get it, trying to do the escape, and I'm trying to think of who's the most expendable, right? So my first prediction,
and I mean, when you're talking about most expendable, I assume you're talking about Frenchie, Huey,
yep, Kamiko. No,
Starlight, Kamiko, and
Huey,
Butcher.
take off the table. I can tell you right now, I put any amount of money, Huey isn't going to die. If he does, they're going to save that for the ending.
I wasn't saying that. You were saying that you were thinking of who is the most expendable, and it's between those 6 characters.
Well, I don't say that in the who's more vulnerable sense. I say that as in who's most important character-wise, whose story I feel like they've done.
Okay. Well, then I would disagree with you because I would say out of those 6, the most expendable person is the main character. He is the one that you need the least.
You mean Butcher?
No, Huey. You need Butcher at this point because of his superpowers.
No, because I know where it goes. Maybe I'm just thinking in a comic sense, but Huey still has a very, very important part to play. I'll give you a spoiler.
Anything that Huey does at the end of the season, I will guarantee you right fucking now. And I'm not saying that it's a good thing. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. But I can guarantee anything he does for the rest of the season can be done by someone else.
I mean, that was the issue with the comic book too, but that's neither.
Whereas, on the other side of the coin, you were not going to kill Victoria Neuman unless you had Butcher there. Nobody else would have been able to do that.
That's true.
So when you say expendable, like, I don't know if it's necessarily fair from a perspective where you're 99% sure what's going to happen because pretty much everything else has followed the comic.
And here's the great thing about Eric Kripke and the way he's chosen to pick certain things. He has shattered my expectation because what happens at the end of this does happen in the source material, and it is kind of similar. He switched the way that A-Train dies, but it is pretty close to what happened to him in the comic, except for in the comics, he's more of a lecherous rapist douchebag and not as sympathetic. The actor did a great fucking job of making him super fucking sympathetic, but pretty much that's how he died. So Kirkman is remixing the deaths and more. And PB, to your point, he's using the source, yes, but he's fucking me up because he's doing it out of order. So it's making me like he did the death, he did the way it was, but he did the placement differently. So to be honest with you, you could be right. Fucking Huey could die in episode 3. I don't fucking know with the way that it's going now and how great that they're doing this. He could die in fucking episode 5. Who the fuck knows? Like,
I mean, I presume with the way that this show goes, a lot of people are still yet to die in 6 episodes.
Oh, okay. So
like, at some point, because I would say the first 2 episodes, you get one death, or maybe the air quotes should be around death.
So
let's rip it off. Like Homelander fucking kills A-Train. My God.
And here's the thing. People don't understand. Like in the comic, I hope you guys brace yourself for more tears because nobody but Huey and Starlight live. Everybody's wiped out. The boys, the 7, all die. The only 2 people who live at all at the ending is Huey and Starlight. And I can tell you this confidently because they have completely switched the order of how everything's going. So now, I mean, if he wants to fuck with us, maybe he kills Starlight and Huey and just completely fucking pulls the rug. I don't know. That's why I'm doing this because I honestly, the way he plays this and how much it shocked me, I'm like, oh, so all bets are off. He's like, yeah, he did it like the source, but it was not in the way that we thought it was going to be. And I remember in an interview, and I got a little nervous, but seeing this episode, I completely fucking trust him. He said, even if you read the comic, you are not going to be able to predict where he's taking the show. So, and I'm going to say, normally that's a bad thing when a creative says that, but clearly he doesn't mean it like he's not going to, honor what they've done and respect the material. No, that's not what he means at all. He means he doesn't want people guessing how it's going to end. And he doesn't want us people who know the source to be able to be like, this is how it's going to end. Clearly not. He fucking bamboozled me. Not only did he bamboozle me, but I don't know about you, PB. I had fucking streaming tears down my face. And when this started, A-Train was my least favorite character.
He was a dick.
Yeah, I hated the arc. And I always thought the actor was great. He did a fantastic job, and it shows how much he got people to hate the character. But I think this season he did more of a great job with just a few scenes he was in, and season 3, because without his change in the last season, you don't buy what happens to him now, and you don't feel it. But fuck, man. Yeah. Oh, fuck me, man. Yeah. PB go. I'm getting choked.
Dude, I thought for sure. That he was going to get away.
I thought,
and then you see random fucking girl in the road, and I was like,
I was screaming.
Here's the full circle moment where he's gonna blow through another fucking woman. And then what? He just sidesteps her, which essentially trips him, and then he tumbles through the fucking trees in the woods. And then Homelander comes up to him, and they have their little one-on-one conversation, and Homelander grabs him by the fucking neck, and...
But even that, you could tell Homelander might have broke his neck and won that, but to me, A-Train won that conversation.
He definitely won the moment.
He's like, you're just a petulant little child. I was like, and I'm thinking, bro, you might as well just say it because either way, he was not getting out of that situation. But what makes it so brilliant is Anthony Starr's acting. And I've heard this said around the internet, and I swear to fucking Christ, Emmys, what the fuck? If this man does not get a fucking reward,
The show is too adult for them.
They gave fucking Emily in Paris an award.
I don't know what that is.
Exactly. It's the worst show ever created on Netflix. That's not the point. The point is that they proved, because of how terrible the show is and its ratings, that the Emmys are rigged. It's fucking rigged, but I say we have a fucking mini riot if Anthony Starr does not get a fucking award for his acting, because we're just 2 episodes in, and that man has a fucking heavy back problem. He can
handle it. He's the Homelander.
Like, his acting in that scene, just like looking at their face, and you could tell Homelander doesn't want to kill him out of everyone, because look what he did to Noir, and he fucking loved him. But he's still, like, when he's got him by the throat, it's almost like you could see he doesn't want to fucking kill him. I think if he didn't talk that shit, like, Homelander didn't really want to kill him.
Didn't want to kill A-Train?
Yeah.
Okay.
And we'll get into episode 2, but I feel like, I don't know, I feel like there was some leeway there. Like, maybe if he said he wanted to come back or something like that, he would have fucking given him another chance. And I can confirm.
I don't, at this point, I don't think so. I would agree with you that he's, like, apprehensive of killing him because of how good of friends they had been for who knows exactly how many years, because they're already friends at the start of the show. And I would say when the power dynamic wasn't as vast, in the sense that they were just all a part of the 7 at the beginning of the show, whereas now, like, it's Homelander and the 7.
Okay, let me rephrase, because when you put it to me that way, I do agree. I think out of all of the kills he's done, this also stuck out with me because
I would say that there's 2. It's this one and when he kills Noir.
No.
He's known Noir the longest.
No, but even over Noir, it was almost more respectful to A-Train, because he could have ripped out his guts, lasered his face, whatever else.
I would say it was underwhelming, the fact that he did it that way, because I thought he was just going to laser him through the head, Stillwell style.
I think that's great, and I'll tell you why. Because I think it shows the amount of love that he has for A-Train without ever him saying it in dialogue, which he does kind of say it in the second episode, but it's a visual look too, because of how he's killed everybody else. This is it almost looks like the hardest one for him to do, and he was just like, okay, I'm going to do a next snap. I gotta go. That's how I took it. And, like, he also wanted to be able to give him a proper funeral, because, if he fucking lasered his head or something like that, it'd be pretty fucking obvious.
Yeah, that blew my mind a little bit that they still went with the proper funeral.
And that's what I'm saying, PB. I think this was the toughest one for him, because not only did he not kill him viciously, but he also paid the extra respect to him. Which is why I was on that. Maybe he might let him live or let him go or came back. I know what you're saying.
No, like there definitely could have been a moment where he's like, I don't ever want to see you again.
Yes, that's what I'm thinking. Like, but when he went that extra step and he didn't show respect, and Homelander's been going through this thing where he's hearing people fear him and stuff like that, it was the wrong fucking time to be bold. And I think he was in the moment, because you can even see it. You see that brutal rage, right? He snaps his neck, and you see that fucking look. And this is what I'm talking about. The acting is so fucking good, because people don't understand, like, facial expressions. And we were talking about cinematography. There's no fucking glitches there. Everything's framed, the way they linger on shots, the way they let you see the person's emotions. This is a great fucking scene. And this is why, PB, I can't go 9.5. I gotta say 10. Because even the slower stuff in the beginning built so much tension. There's so many good one-liners.
I mean, okay, I can tell you what I didn't like about the beginning.
Okay.
Since when has Starlight ever shown that much aptitude with hand-to-hand combat, not using her powers? As in, obviously she has the durability power. You can't like get rid of that. And she has the super strength power. You can't get rid of that. But her power is fucking people up by absorbing electricity and fucking Kamehameha wave. Like that is her power. And the fact that she could go one-on-one with Noir without any formal training, wild to me. And yeah, I know it's not the original Noir, but holy fuck, he's got a lot more hand-to-hand combat training than she does.
The Boys season 2 or 3, there's a few episodes when she's training with Maeve. Boom, I had that debunked because I was thinking about that till I went back.
No, guy, it's still
he trained Maeve, and if you watch Gen V, there's also a scene, and they make a little quick thing where she talks about who's been training and blah 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 to lead resistance in the fight. So I get what you're saying, but this isn't original. This is just that other dude. We don't know what his skill level is.
Seems like it's pretty fucking high.
It's high, but can he beat an original 7? I don't think so.
Starlight is not an original 7.
Yes, she was. She was with them.
She fucking wasn't.
She was with them in season 1. The whole arc.
The original 7. The original 7 are the people that are the 7 at the start of the show, which means it's not fucking Starlight. I can't believe that you said something like that.
No, you're wrong because
she's Translucent's replacement.
She replaced Lamplighter literally in the beginning. She was one of the new members of the 7. And that was years ago, so I'm going to count it as in she was in the
she's in fucking Minnesota when the show starts punching a fucking wall.
And then she gets recruited to them, and she's with them in season 2, and then she leaves them after.
What does original mean to you?
Huh?
What does original mean to you?
Okay, I'm saying in the sense of she has more experience dealing with the 7 than that guy has experience being in this new iteration of the 7.
Dude, okay. She's been around the 7 longer. I don't know how that equates to any training, because when she got to the 7, her biggest storyline was, oh no, I gotta show my boobs.
No, she had other storylines. See, you need to go.
That was the biggest fucking thing, was the fucking suit.
That was one of the bigger things. Okay, needless to say, they're giving her more to do, but still, I will say, as power level and power scaling, I can still see her beating this guy, because they've not, to me at least, established the power level of this guy or where his skills exactly are at, except for this one fucking episode.
That's fine.
Besides that, we just know he's Reggie, who subs in for Dead Black Noir.
Okay. So, my least favorite and my favorite scene are directly connected.
Interesting. Okay.
Very. I thought, because I'm sitting here thinking about it, and I was like, fuck, man. So, the thing that pissed me off the most was Homelander, like they're doing the breakout. Homelander is there. And of all of the people that he can choose to laser, he lasers the one person that can fucking grow back. Like, Frenchie is standing right fucking next to her. Why did he not hit as much as he possibly can? He literally just hits her, slice in half.
I got a good rebuttal. I feel like I'm a complimentary rebuttal, because he doesn't want to kill anybody really valuable until someone is there to see it, and he knows Kamiko can grow back. He's seen that before. He knows she has some kind of healing power. I mean, it's never said, but I imagine he knows. So the most optimal way to get them to not fucking move and to hurt someone without starting the show off, because Homelander, he wants an audience. He wants Butcher to be there. He wants Starlight to be there to see him kill them. And it makes complete sense because that goes with his narcissism. He wants a big audience. He wants to be ogled. So what's the one person he could do damage to while still keeping them alive until he's ready to do his thing? So it made perfect sense, and it makes perfect sense to why he fucks up.
See,
He's so narcissistic.
I don't see him. Yeah, he's unbelievably narcissistic, but I don't recall him wanting, like, hey, you're gonna watch me kill this person.
He says
pretty much Homelander is, I want people. He wants people to love him, guy.
No. He says earlier in the episode, he said to the black chick, he said, and this was fresh in my mind because it's the most recent one I watched. He specifically says, when I fucking kill them, I want Butcher and Starlight to be there to watch them die. He says it specifically in the episode because that would be a good point. But he did say out loud, and even the black chick sister, whatever the fuck, she's probably my least favorite. Still has good moments, but whatever.
Okay, well, if that's the case, don't cut Frenchie in half. Cut his foot off. Cut his arm off.
Okay.
Debilitate him.
We could, yeah. But like, this is where I'm gonna say you're fucking being nitpicky.
You gotta be nitpicky when the show is fucking good, because then they go from that moment.
I know we've made this argument. Okay,
they go from that moment to my favorite moment, which is Frenchie carrying around Kamiko's torso.
And
that's fucking beautiful.
Let's be honest, that leads to your second favorite moment, because it is kind of fucking funny when he's kissing the fucking torso. And once again, can we talk about camera? Because we said this in other shows for Invincible and Daredevil. This is why it's a 10 for me, and I'm saying the boys are leading the charge here. The fucking camera work in this episode, you're the technical guy. Did you find anything off? Because everything.
I mean, there was a couple moments, like, camera wise, no, I don't recall anything being mispositioned, anything being cut off that shouldn't. I mean, there was what I would consider a fair amount of wide shots, where you're looking at least an entire person, if not the 2 or 3 people next to them, instead of the, me being cut off at the fucking chest and up, and that's all you see. Like, I thought they did an excellent job at using the wide shot, which, why wouldn't you want to do that when you're doing a prison break scene? Like, I don't want my prison break scene to look like Cloverfield.
That's a beautiful analogy. And here's the thing. After coming off of Daredevil, and I'll even say it, Invincible, I thought, especially for the final season, we were going to get kind of these bullshit things. You know how they use tricks to where they're trying to trick us and, oh, we think someone's dead, but camera pull back and they're fine. But no, like you said, everything wide shots, tight angle, like tight frames into people. Like, they are showing you everything. And it also raises my score because it's like they're not afraid to show us things around that are happening around the area, because they got everything fucking buttoned up. And I've heard a big complaint for this season for people who got all 5 episodes. I told you I watched the fucking Grace and then this guy Zach Pope, and they were talking about it. And their one complaint seems to be they're claiming that for this being the final season, there's not a lot of big fight moments or stuff like that. But I would disagree. They said, oh, we thought they were going to go all out, and then clearly Amazon didn't give them enough money. I'm like, were we watching the same show? Because yeah, that prison, if we want to be technical, that prison break is a smaller set, clearly, and we're maybe not using like the laser powers and things that might cost more money. But I don't feel like in these first 2 episodes I was cheated out of a big set piece fight. Like, I don't feel like because it's the final season we need a Marvel-esque fight. That's not what the boys are about. That's not what the show has ever been about. Like, we got the big battle at the end of season 3. Or no, was it 3 or 4 when they fought in Vought Tower? It was 3? No, it was 4.
So, what's the question?
2. But anyways, it doesn't matter. We got the big set piece battle. I guess this is a good question to ask you. Do you think because this is the final season, we need, because I'm happy if we don't see huge battles from 1 through 7. 8, I feel like maybe you got to go big because it's the final episode. And I assume that's where they're going to put most of the budget. I don't need big fucking gigantic fights. This isn't fucking Marvel. I'm not coming to the show expecting
I mean, I thought I would say the end or the breakout scene from prison, that's a pretty big fucking scene.
I mean, and here's the thing. Yeah, we're on one set piece, but I didn't feel like I was cheaping at all, especially with the way the camera was. You could see everything.
No, I like the fact that you almost have the virtual barrier that is the actual barrier of the prison wall.
Mm-hmm.
They're a bunch of superheroes, so the walls aren't going to hold them in. But not everybody is a superhero, so they're like, yeah, we got to fly all 3 guys out one at a time. And then, shit's going fucking crazy. Huey's friend gets killed. That was disappointing.
I'm not going to...
For a split second, I thought she was going to make it. It'd just be one of the random escapees that gets out because, they took out a lot of the guards and shit like that. And then...
And I'm not going to lie. Everything else in this episode is so great. And this really speaks to the writing. And I'm going to get to my tiny nitpick, even though I gave this a 10. There is something that bugs me that I hope they don't go too crazy in. But from what I've heard from other reviewers, but then again, it's Grace. So who the fuck knows if it's true? Because she's never fucking accurate anymore. But she even said it, which surprised me. If I had a nitpick or a gripe, I think we really need to get away from the politics, and I don't like where they're heading with religion. If you guys don't know, and I don't talk about this a lot, and I'm not going to get fucking into it, so don't ask me questions. I am Christian, and I get these guys are not very good with, let's say, subtle nuance. They were in the first 2 seasons, but they've gotten very heavy-handed with the direction that they're going in with the messaging. And you can very clearly see where their stance is as far as politically. I don't want, let's say, the message to overpower what is clearly good writing, especially considering I gave this episode a 10. I really, really am hoping they are not going to focus on political bullshit and ruin the pacing of this show. Because if we're going to stop,
I don't think they got time to.
And I'm going to take this with a grain of salt. But from what I heard, we've heard Grace Randolph's political opinions. She even says that when you get into later episodes, they get very heavy-handed with what they're saying. And I caught glimpses when they did the fucking rally. We all know what
they're going to have Homelander say "Make America Great Again."
I'm hoping we don't do. I'm hoping because right now it's subtle. So I said, okay, if this is, I get what you're saying. If this is the dipping your toes into it, I'm fine with it. The Boys has always had commentary.
I don't know. So do you have the same issue with Daredevil? Because I continue to see many people online that are like, oh, the AVTF is just ICE. And I was like, how in the fuck are you people getting that? I was like,
it's not the
what vigilantes is ICE going after? And what how many people that ICE have arrested are being held in secret facilities where nobody knows where they are, to the point where their counselors, their lawyers are being brought in blindfolded so they don't know where their representee is being held.
No, see, I think
it's not fucking ICE, people. Get over it.
I think they pick up the wrong thing. It's not the ATV I have an issue with, in Daredevil specifically, and we talked about this before, and it's not the Mayor Fisk. It's the congresswoman and how they're relating that, and they're trying to, in my opinion, trying to make it seem like
What congresswoman? Who are you talking about?
who says she doesn't trust Fisk. That one, she is obviously in relation to the other fucking female congresswoman who,
Congresswoman?
yeah, the one who came into New York and said Fisk is
The governor?
the governor, whatever.
Holy fuck, guy.
I feel like what they're doing with the women character is trying to establish that they're more level-headed than men or whatever else. I'm really reaching with it. I can kind of see a little bit messaging there. Fisk is definitely, and you know, it's not been said, but kind of hinted to that he's definitely an allegory for what's going on in the country. And they said they're making it relevant to real world situations. I've heard that before, but I can because for me, it's very, very, very subtle. But The Boys is not Daredevil. It's very
to me. It's a lot of people are seeing Daredevil as, I would say, ham-fisted, not subtle. They're like, these are straight up ICE agents, and I was like, where are all of the videos of this happening in real life? Like, if you think that it's so fucking easy to see, where are the one-to-one comparisons?
Yeah, and like I said,
there's one. If you want to say that the two people that got shot, well, maybe the one, I don't remember where the guy was from, but you got that chick that got shot in Minnesota, and then the other guy that got shot by those ICE agents, right? Like, that happened in real life. When did the ICE agents shoot anybody and kill them in this show? Or the AVTF, sorry. When did they shoot or kill anybody? They don't fucking kill anybody. They shoot at people. They don't kill anybody.
The civilians.
That's what I'm talking about. That's the whole point. Not to mention the fact that the whole premise is flawed, because the AVTF is going after vigilantes and, in turn, vigilante sympathizers.
See, that's what I'm saying. Okay, let's compare this directly to The Boys. That's where I'm saying I have more of a problem, and I'm glad you caught that. I have more a problem with The Boys because I feel like I'm on the same wavelength with you with Daredevil. I don't see it that way, and I know the comic arc. So I'm like, yeah, people are just being stupid. To me, this is much more obvious. Like, you had that shot, and like we said, they're doing great camera work, where you see fucking red hats in the crowd. It's very fucking clear. They're not even trying to hide it. Like,
agreed.
And I agree with you. I think we're going to see a lot more videos about this season, sadly, because it's so great. But I think that I don't want them. That's why I'm saying I'm issuing this right now. I don't want them to lean too far in, because this show is not, I would argue Daredevil's being more subtle. This show is not fucking subtle. It never has been. We know. Since the beginning, you could always pick what they were making fun of. That's kind of the point of the show. It's a satirical look at superheroes and what they would be like if they were marketed. But I don't want them to get too far away from that to address shit in real life, especially, like you said, in the final season. We do not have time to fuck around. I do not want storylines that are pointing out how flawed. And from what I hear, once again, take this with a grain of salt. This came from two sources who have had all 7 episodes. They didn't get the final. No one has the final. They just saw the first 7 episodes. They lean very, very hard into both politics and religion. And I can already see where they're setting it up with that guy who's the religious guy. And so far, I like his character. But I don't want them to fuck up a great season for this. I gotta say that, and we'll get to episode 2 in a moment. That made me nervous, because I'm like, they did just enough right now. Like, they're walking that line they've always walked pretty well so far, but I haven't seen the other episodes. And I don't know about you. Did any red flags really hit you? Because I know you're pretty sharp, so you had to have picked up on some of the shit that was, and that's my only thing. The first episode gets a 10. You'll see my rating of the second episode, and I'll get into my issues with that. But like, for me, And then hearing those reviews, I'm a little fucking nervous because, like you said, this isn't season 5 and then we're getting to season 6. This is the end. We do not have time to fuck around. I do not want a fucking show ruined because of political bullshit. And this is the one
that would be very disappointing.
very relevant.
I'd be super disappointed if they do that.
I mean, and are you concerned right now, or you think maybe I'm jumping the gun? Did it take you out, or were you like me, like, okay?
No,
because
I
it
feel
was
like,
very
I feel like
over top, and
I feel like it didn't pull me out as much as it pulled you out. And I don't have that issue when I'm watching Daredevil either. I only have that issue after the fact when I'm going to, read what other people are saying about it. See if maybe they say something that I didn't pick up on. It happens. It happens to fucking everybody. So it's like, let me get some different perspectives. And what I see all the time about Daredevil is, I like that Daredevil's fucking up ICE agents. And I was like, holy fuck, you people are insane.
Hope for validating their opinion on that.
Yes.
But like you, though?
But yeah, the boys have always been like, maybe not as much in season 1,
but season 4, holy
but
fuck!
As it goes along, it gets, let's say, more on the nose.
And based on these first 2 episodes, I want to give them the benefit, but I'm going to get into my concerns in episode 2 because that's, to me, where it actually started bugging me, because in this first episode, they only flashed.
Episode 2 has quite possibly my favorite individual moment in the entirety of the boys up to this point.
And episode 2 has a lot of my favorite moments. It's just, we're nitpicking, right? I see what could be, because I've been burned by final seasons, you know that, and you have been too with the worst, but I've been burned with like the 2 or 3 worst seasons of television ever. And I know Kripke ended one show great and it wasn't his fault, but I don't want him falling into the trap that all of these directors seem to be falling into this year or last year, where Orange Man bad, we've got to make a statement and change people's mind. Look, it's the fucking boys. You're not going to change people's political fucking views on a show. You're just going to affirm one side and piss off another. And you're going to take away from what is a great team, man. This proves that they've always been good. They've had dips, but they've never fallen off with how well this show is put together. Everybody who's said, have you seen those crazy videos? Because I've seen a lot of them. The downfall of the boys. The boys has become the worst show. Like, shut the fuck up. To me, this show has never been bad. It's never fallen off. It's dipped, maybe.
Well, it's tough when you make something so fucking great and then all you have to do is compare it to itself and you're like, I didn't like this much as the last one. That counts as a dip.
And here's the thing. When I watch these videos, right, we're contrasting the boys versus the boys. But I say take the Pepsi challenge. Compare the boys versus any other show. And even at its worst, this show is the best.
Yeah, I mean, it's been top tier the entire time that it's been on.
We can agree, at least for you, or for me, I don't know where you land. I would say, if we say what's the worst season, when I get ready to do a ranking after this season ends, I would say the worst season for me is season 4. And that's the very first episodes. And then the back half is fucking phenomenal.
Yeah, because season 4, aren't we wasting time getting the boys back together?
And we have all that political shit. That's where it was the most heavy-handed, was the first half. And then once they cut it off and you get to the farm episode, there's not one fucking bad episode.
So good.
Dude, from that episode, and even people who didn't like the season says, once you get to the farm, or even the episode before that when he's in the bunker with the scientists, like, from there on, I think it was all the farm episode. Yeah, because you had Homelander and the Barker and them at the farm. But anyways, that isn't the point. I got to rewatch to confirm. I think it was, but it's like episode 4. Once you get to episode 4 on, there is not a bad fucking episode in that fucking run. So you had 3, and I wouldn't even call them bad. There were a couple of funny moments, a couple of good fights. So you had 3 okay episodes. And then you had like 4 great fucking episodes and that fucking battle at Vought, which was, I would argue, would be one of the best set pieces the boys ever did.
Yeah, I can't argue against that.
So, I mean, like, even the boys dipping is not, it's not like any other show. Let me give you an example. Dexter, I can track after the legendary John Lithgow season 4, which I say killed Dexter because he was so fucking good and you never got a villain better. Season 5 was still good. Season 6, a lot of people don't like. I thought it was cool because the killer kind of reminded me of Jigsaw. Season 7 was fucking atrocious, except for you had Ray Stevenson. He was the one we were trying to think of in Soka. Ray Stevenson, rest in peace. And you had Giovanna, whatever the fuck, the hot blonde chick who was the poisoner. You had her. So that season was pretty good. Some storylines were weaker. Season 8 was the worst season of fucking television. Right next to, I don't know what it is about a season 8 in the show, but right next to season 8 of Game of Thrones, both pretty fucking terrible. Like, you could see a really sharp decline. The Boys, season 1, I loved. People don't like season 2. I have no fucking clue why. Maybe it hit too close to home when they were talking about woke. And a lot of those people got pissed off. I thought it was a fucking excellent season, and it set up a lot. Season 2 was great. Season 3 had Soldier Boy, 10 out of 10. Season 4 had the dip, and then the back half was fucking excellent, and you would get nothing without season 4 setting it up. And season 5 has quite possibly the best premiere since season 1. So where the fuck did they fall off, PB? I'm confused. Where is the fall off people are talking about?
They dipped in the middle.
Yeah.
There's no fall off. There's no cliff.
Yeah. It's like if you're looking at Steam charts for a game and you see, like, let's say, I hate this game, but Overwatch, right? We talked about how shitty Blizzard is. You see the little peak, right? And then it drops sharply, and then people are like, Overwatch is dying, it's dead, it's a done game, blah, blah, blah. And then you see the fucker come right back up. And you realize that's not the game falling off. They just didn't have that many players at that particular time. Dipped a little bit. Then it went right the fuck back up. So, yeah, for me, excellent episode. Let's say favorite scenes. I'm not going to say mine because
I did mine already.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Okay, so you probably already know my favorite scene / hardest to watch.
I mean, I assume you're picking the killing of the train.
I picked this scene for several reasons.
It's right up there. It's right up there.
Yeah, you picked a happier scene and you had the joy in life, but
there's a little more. I shouldn't say a little more. There's a lot more fun to watching a tiny Frenchman carry a torso around and they're having a conversation.
For me, my favorite scene was A-Train's death because A, it made the most logical sense. B, it came full circle to season 1 and totally, I don't know about you, but it blew my expectation away because I thought he was going to run through her too. Like, not on purpose.
No.
Like, he just didn't see her, and then that was going to be his arc. He's feeling guilt about killing somebody again. And
yeah, I thought it was going for that mere moment. I was like, he's gonna blow through this chick, and it's gonna like stun him, and then Homelander's gonna catch him, and he's gonna be like, "Yeah, you probably should kill me because I just keep killing fucking people."
I thought the opposite. I thought he'd kill her, get away, and then he'd go into a depression, and then eventually that would lead to his death.
Wow.
But yeah, I have a fucking twisted mind. Speaking of which, that's why I'm working on the end of my story. But anyways. Well,
so your way just doesn't get him killed in the episode.
I see. Here's where Kripke played us, because I was like, I knew out of everyone, if you're gonna kill someone in the beginning and make it impactful, but like save characters for later, that makes sense. And this is what I'm talking about. Great writing. They've made these characters so important to us that, like, think about A-Train in the grand scheme of things. He's not, let's say, a main character, you know? I'm sure there's A-Train fans out there. But what I'm saying is he's not like the core characters, right? He's not Butcher. He's not Huey. He's not Starlight. Fuck, he's not Kamiko or Frenchie or Mother's Milk. I would even put it in there, right? He's not one of those ones where you kill them and you're going to fucking be like, holy shit. But it makes sense because you're still going to feel something because of the excellent writing they did with A-Train's character in the last 2 seasons or so. And this is what a final should do, because this retroactively to me makes the other seasons so great to go back and rewatch, right? Like, this isn't a Game of Thrones starts where we're questioning why shit is happening the way it is. This whole scene makes perfect sense to me to how they could get from him like trying to escape and getting caught. Like, it all tracks. And that to me makes it hard, but it doesn't piss me off. You know how they do some deaths and you're just like, dude, let's give you an example. Even in the HBO version, Joel's death in both the game and the HBO version still feels like it's fucking cheap. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Like, I get the emotions from it. I'm pissed off about it, but it doesn't feel earned. It doesn't feel like that could happen that way. Something's missing. But then I watched this scene and it just feels unfortunate. Like, I could totally, if this was happening in real life, see this whole thing ending this way. And no matter how you go back in your mind, like, could you argue the minutia and say, well, why was there a random fucking woman out there and not fucking using the crosswalk? People use the fucking crosswalk. Stop walking in the middle of the road.
But she was an inch off the fucking curb.
God damn it. It's but you see what I'm saying, though? Like, let me ask you before I go on, like, to you mechanically, because you're big on this, could you pick apart, because that's what's big for me in an FC. I can't pick it apart to where I could say there's not a better way that you could have shot it or whatever else. Everything to me mechanically perfectly makes sense. And that's what makes it so brilliant and just so
I'd say it's got it. You're talking about the very first scene of the show?
No, I'm talking about the death of A-Train. Like, mechanically, does for you?
I mean, the only thing that I wasn't certain about was his durability. Like, I didn't realize that he was going to be able to crash through full-size fucking trees and come out on the other side of it. And yeah, he's beat up, but if Homelander wasn't there, it's not like that wasn't going to kill him or anything. He might have bruised ribs at the most. So,
and he might be a little slower.
Right, he'd be a little slower for a little while, but I didn't know what his durability was because he ain't never been tested like that.
And that's another thing too that's great is I feel like
you could say the same thing about what's her face?
The
Nazi
Deed
chick. Homelander's Nazi girlfriend, Stormfront.
Yeah.
Because said the same thing about her. Like, I didn't know what her durability was until he lasers her fucking tits and, like, she gets crispy skin and she's totally fine.
So, like, and I think it does vary, and they've showed it through the show, so I don't count it as an inconsistency. It appears some are slightly more durable than others, with Homelander being the most because they've even said it several times.
I
Homelander
know. I
is
heard a
the
lot of
perfect
people say
specimen.
that Soldier Boy is the most durable.
We'll get to that.
And if we're
We'll
talking
get
about,
to
if
that.
we're talking about,
Don't skip.
you said we were moving on to episode 2.
I know.
Oh, you have to say
I
your
feel
worst.
like
You said your favorite scene was that. You're supposed to say your least favorite scene first, guy, because now you're going to end on a sour note.
Okay. All right. My least
What's your
favorite
least
scene is
favorite?
also my favorite scene.
Fuck you.
And I mean it 100%. Because
That sounds like some incest shit.
my least, you got me like you did with your fucking thing. My least favorite scene is also my favorite scene because of the fact that and this isn't a necessarily nitpick on anything. I wanted to see A-Train do more in this season. And it's tough for me because I know, like, in theory, he's had a complete arc. Okay. We can honestly say, like, ending it here, wrapping it up, he does feel like he's had a complete arc. But I very selfishly wanted to, like you said, he's clearly more durable. I wanted to see a couple more combat scenes with him. I wanted to get, like, maybe a showdown with him and another hero, preferably to Deep. That's why I say it's a positive and a negative, because I thought we were going into a fight with him and the Deep based on that scene where he found his family. I thought we were going to get a fight between those two.
Anyone in the show to survive, I would pick the Deep to survive, just because
he's so at this
point. Dumb. He's so fucking dumb. All of the terrible thing, like, he could have gotten hit by the boat when he was on top of the whale or whatever. Nope, perfectly fine.
Dude, like I can't even call it, because to be fair, and this is where I say they're still comic accurate, because the Deep in the comic books too is just as fucking lucky as he is in the show. So clearly, like, Kripke took, if he didn't make one for one, very heavy inspiration from the source, where if you read those comics,
I don't like who is
Deep
he
should have died
be,
tons of times.
What's supposed to be the allegory for him having his podcast where he's like, men's lives matter?
Oh, you see, I watched videos on this. The whole alpha sigma male, that's the joke. The alpha male.
Yeah, there's a lot of who is it supposed to be?
Like Tate, the Tate guy, bald dude.
Oh,
yeah, that's those podcasts have become pretty popular. And I like the joke because I find those fucking ridiculous too. So that I'm cool.
Well, I mean, okay,
I like they're riffing on shit like that.
I don't like the way that they operate, but like the slogan and the meaning behind Black Lives Matter, it's like, well, yeah, of course I'm on board with that. Why wouldn't I be on board with that? Why would I think that Black lives don't matter? Like, it's almost so obvious. I don't understand why it is a slogan. But then on the other side of the coin, the Black Lives Matter people, the ones who are out there doing fucking shit, are like anti-Blue Lives Matter. And I was like, well, cops' lives don't matter now? Like, your life matters, but this life over here don't matter? And then you got the all lives matter. And I was like, that seems like it doesn't need to be said, but that's the world we live in now.
And this is where I'm torn, because, like I said, the writing is great still. And when you get into the Alpha Sigma thing, that's clearly a riff on all of these different things, but they all are fucking meaning something different than what they're portraying themselves as. So that is where The Boys is strong, where they are poking fun of the concept of all of these things. And it gives a good break for the heavier scenes that we'll get into in episode 2 here. But it's that I don't want them to lose sight of these great jokes that they have right in front of them to go and because here's the thing. Here's the thing, and I've heard this argument for and against the boys, and they're saying they've always been political, and this is a show. Look, fuck you guys. This is not the show to try to have a grand statement, because the show by nature is satirical. This is not a show to inspire people and make a great thing. This is like a comedy, dark drama kind of thing, okay? It's very satirical, but trying to hone in and say one view is particularly right is not what the show does, and it shouldn't try to do it. It's better when it shows both angles and says, it's both kind of fucking stupid. Because I can agree, even where I fall politically, right? I can agree with the silliness on both sides. And
I'm not fucking blind.
Yeah, like, I can make fun of myself. That's when comedy is at its best. But there's a difference between shining a light on the stupidity of both angles versus picking a side. And that's what I'm worried about. I don't want any sides to be picked because I don't want to be lectured. And that's the whole argument about being lectured that people don't get when we make these points. They go, oh, well, you're just a right-wing conspiracy, blah, 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 blah. No, you stupid fuck. That's not what we're saying. We're saying I'm watching this show to get away from that. I don't want to be lectured on how wrong I am and how terrible I am watching a fucking fictional show about superheroes. Not the place. Not the time. Okay? I am escaping fucked up reality to watch another fictional fucked up reality.
I want to see how you deal with your fucked up shit, because our fucked up shit.
Exactly. Like, it's like, and that's where I get nervous. But let's go into episode 2, and I'm just gonna bury the lead. As much as I said I'm gonna go lower, but now that I've been thinking about it, fucking 10. I'm sorry, 10. Fucking 10. And I'll give you a reason why. And you know I'm a sucker for this because I told you on the season when we were rating it. And once again, I gave a little bit higher scores because of this. But god damn it, I'm a fanboy and I'm not gay. So don't try to fuck me while I'm asleep. 10 out of 10, man. Anything fucking Soldier Boy is in, I'm sorry. I'm just going to give it a fucking 10.
I didn't think that they were going to thaw him out this soon. Did you think they were thawing him out so quickly?
No, I knew they were because I'm a fucking idiot and I went on X and the actor fucking spoiled it. John said, fucking muzzle yourself on X, please. But he said something to the effect of when they were like, oh, yep. Yeah, they said something to the effect of, oh, will we have to wait? And he goes, it's not as long as you think. I go, it's going to be the fucking next episode. I call it because I was like he didn't outrightly say it like a Tom Holland thing, but he had a smile and everything. And I was like, you motherfucker, it's going to be like the next episode. There's no way they're going to hold Soldier Boy for half the season because we only got 8 episodes and they know he's a big draw.
Yeah, I can't sit on this any longer. I need to immediately go to my favorite moment from the episode.
Go ahead, because I need to too.
And I feel like there's one person out there that would disagree with what was said in this episode. One person. And that person's name is Coulter Shaw. Because Homelander says he needs a tracker and Soldier Boy's the best. I fucking lost it. When he said that, I was like,
you okay,
so
I'm bearing the lead.
I love Easter eggs.
I sent you my favorite blog in a text.
Now I want to go back and look over yonder.
So you know what my favorite fucking moment is.
Oh, when he takes him out of the capsule?
Okay, so
is this some incest shit?
Episode, I was worried. I knew we needed downtime. But these mad lads of this season, anybody who sits here and tells me that this season is slow or they're not moving, dude.
Oh, it ain't slow.
Dude, these first 2 episodes, And this is where I talk about I'm taking Grace's opinion with salt because she claims that the first 3 episodes are slow and it doesn't get good until episode 4. What the fuck show were we watching? Because I strongly disagree with everything she said. Like, this is slow to you? She even said, oh, the budget doesn't look like it was hit. You know what? When we get done, I'm just going to play a small little bit of her review where you could hear her say that because I want to see if you agree. Because I was like, what? At first, I was nervous, and then I watched the show and I go, is this bitch even watching what she's reviewing? She got 7 episodes.
Interesting.
Like, okay, I get it. Maybe because you have 7 episodes and you can watch them all at once, things kind of blend together. But are you telling me you can watch these first 2 episodes and say, man, they are just fucking slowing down? I don't know what. Dude, I said, okay, I don't know about you. When I got done with episode 1, I said, they're not fucking around. Oh my God. Like, what did I just watch? And then you go into episode 2 and you get to that ending, and we'll talk about the fake out, which I thought was so appropriate because I
don't know. I don't know if that counts as a fake out.
Because I so thought you could.
No,
so
I mean, how does it count?
Was dead.
A fake out is like the post-credit scene for Invincible, where they're panning in and you're like, oh, fuck, he's alive. Oh, fuck, he's alive. I wasn't like, oh, yeah, Soldier Boy is definitely dead. Especially with the way they continuously framed it so that he was always visible when they're talking about him.
And then the Michael Myers, like...
Well, I call it the Undertaker.
Or the Undertaker, yeah. You could do either one. But no. Okay, so jumping ahead a bit, my favorite, of course, I won't bury the lead, my favorite scene, I know you've seen it in the preview and whatever, but just the preview doesn't do justice for the whole, like when you put the whole thing together.
The contact, like, right, adding the rest of the scene around that line made it way better.
Oh my God. Oh, and just like, I don't know if we could praise this enough, and this is why I'm at a 10. I'm hoping like I review every episode and either gonna drop to a 9 or just be a 10. And Grace did a fucking ranking of how she feels where the boys place now, and she put season 5 close to the bottom of the thing. And I'm like, bro, like, this is why people are not fucking watching critics anymore. Like, because I feel like they're rating stuff as if they say something is too high and then people love it, or too low and people love it, they get flamed. But if they go too high and people hate it, then they get flamed. So they're like, oh, well, it's blah, blah, blah. So they can fucking backtrack. Because I can't see how you can watch these first 2 episodes and not think this is one of the best seasons that they've put together of the show. But yeah, my favorite is the scene where he wakes up and he's like, "Did you fuck me? Is this some kind of weird incest thing?"
What? I did. What? Like, no.
Dude, the fucking Jensen Ackles and Anthony Starr have such a great fucking chemistry with each other. There's just like, it's like Jensen Ackles and Jared Padalecki. Like,
yeah, he's got to show up. He didn't show up.
He's okay. So I don't want to ruin everybody's expectations, but from what I hear, he doesn't show up till like the 4th or 5th episode. So everybody who is hoping for that supernatural reunion, calm your tits. It's coming. They just want to hold out because you know that they know that's going to be a big fucking ratings beast. But yeah, dude. That's my favorite. I don't know if I have a least favorite. Well, yes, I do have a least favorite scene. But let me hear you on this one because I'm actually, or no, you know what? Fuck you. I'm gonna go first. My least favorite and I've kind of led up to this on that long diatribe we went on about the whole relationship. I'm a little bit the church scene almost brought me down if the actor wasn't as good as he is, because I get what they're going for with church and state. And once again, this is based on grace, so I don't know if this is true or not, but I can kind of see the writers laying down this foundation. I personally don't like them going after religion, and it personally kind of offends me because it's going to depend on whether or not and I don't think they're going to do it, but there's always this thing where they only show the bad aspects of religion, and for me it doesn't represent that. And I hate that we never highlight the good things that religion can do, because at least for me and for a lot of people who have belief, religion is not just about the believing in God, but it's giving yourself something bigger to believe in, to give you hope and drive to fucking wake up for the next day. And I don't like, especially in Hollywood and in television shows, downplaying the positive effects that being a part of religion can have. You can meet a lot of cool people. You can socialize based on ideals. I think the problem with religion and the things that I personally don't like either, and I'm a Christian, I'm a born again Christian, but the things I don't like that religion does is trying to enforce or trying to convert people to set religion and kind of being like a salesman about it. I just feel like I believe what I believe. And it's totally cool if people don't believe what I believe. It's just what I personally believe. But in shows like this and in general, they make it sound like, because of the few other people out there, they make it sound like it's being forced upon and that it's wrong and that all these people are corrupt. And it's just shitty, man. It's shitty. I don't know how you feel about the whole thing, but I just don't.
I feel like it's shitting on
like
religion.
them.
Shitting on religion is overplayed.
Yeah, I don't like feeling attacked because, like, here's the thing. Like, look, I'm not this like person who's gonna tell you, oh, you gotta believe this, you gotta believe that. You believe whatever the fuck you want to believe in. I curse, I swear, I drink, I do shit that's not technically within the bounds
I seen a post
belief.
over Easter that said, if you don't sin, Christ died for nothing.
And here's the thing: at the end of the day, we're all sinners. But you guys know
I'm a sinner and I'm a saint.
You guys know I was in the service. I seen so much death and stuff. I got to believe that it was worth something, that the people who died are going somewhere greater, and that what they did meant something. It's personal for me, and I hate that shows portray it like you are a bad guy for having these beliefs. What is wrong with believing in something bigger than yourself, right? Let's relate it to your favorite show, Stargate, right? We're fascinated by Stargate and space and things like that because it's the idea of something greater than us that is out there, that may exist. We have no clue. I have some ideas later if it's fun, whatever, but we don't really know if there's anything out there. But is it so wrong?
There's one thing that we know is out there, and I learned it from X-Files.
The truth.
The truth.
But I mean, PB, like, okay, religious wise, right? Like, I believe in Christ. Do you think personally, did that offend you? Do you think that makes me a bad? am I wrong for wanting to believe in something?
I mean, when you say that stuff, it makes me want to go get my suicide vest.
I'll tell you, you won't fucking find 73 versions or whatever the fuck it is. Good luck finding one. Anyways, my point.
No, Christians don't get upset about you making fun of their religion, but fuck, man, when you're the 1,000th person to make the same joke and you think you're going to get the same response out of it, it's overplayed.
And I don't know about you. Did that kind of stain your view a little bit, or was it as obvious for you as it was for me? Because
I don't know. I wasn't.
Like,
I didn't really let any of the religious stuff. The whole time that they were doing anything religious, I was trying to figure out where I seen the black actor from, because I was like, dude, I
couldn't figure it out either. Did you put that together?
No, I didn't look it up or anything, because apparently when you watch stuff on Prime now, they don't have the X-ray thing anymore. Why do they not have the X-ray thing anymore?
Dude, I'm pissed about that too, because I could find people easier.
That was the greatest thing ever, because you're watching the show and then boom, you're on your phone, you type the person's name in, and you're like, oh fuck yeah, that's what I seen him in.
But here's the thing that also pisses me off too, is they got a really great actor to play that guy. So I'm kind of in this weird place where I know that they're gonna later turn him into a douchebag, because that's what always happens.
Well, yeah.
And I hate that it's clearly because, like we said, The Boys is not very subtle. They've never been. That's their style. I get it. Don't fucking come at me in the comments. Well, The Boys is always been this way. I fucking get it. But everybody has buttons. My button is religion. Okay, so look, I don't talk about this story much. Story time. We knew this was going to be a long stream. Story time for a second. When I was in the service and I went to Africa, I had gotten malaria. And I was spiking 100 fever, or close to the danger zone point. They were giving me meds and an IV to bring my fever down. And I had a near-death experience. I'm not saying that this is necessarily true. It could be a brain thing. You can sit here and try to explain it away the best you want. I'm just going through what my experience was. I had gone into a kind of a coma and they couldn't wake me up. And while I was in there, I was in a field of bodies and I saw a big gaping hole. And all of these black hands had pulled me into this hole. And then all of a sudden, as I'm falling, this bright white light had shone into this hole with this figure had grabbed me like a really strong grip. And they had a blinding, it was so blinding. I could only make out like the silhouette of wings pulling me from this hole. And I had woken up. And when I woke up, I was supposed to go out on a patrol with a friend of mine, and they were my second. And because I was sick, they had taken my place. Well, things didn't go well, and they died. And they were a good friend of mine. And had I had been in their position that I was supposed to be in and not been sick, it would have been me who was dead. But instead, my best friend died. And I lived. And from that very moment, I went to my best friend's church and I became a born-again Christian. That's why I believe what I believe. So I'm not trying to be an asshole and say that I think my way is the best or that religion is the answer. I'm saying personally, from what I saw, how I felt, and how I was almost fucking devastated. One of the very few things got me through my dark time was religion. So when I pick something out like that, it's for a very personal reason. And I don't like them vilifying something that saved my life. And it's not what's written or whatever, the messaging, whatever you want to call it. It's the feeling I got of hope that maybe there is something out there based on what I've seen. And you could say maybe it's my brain fucking trying to protect myself, or I was in a state of unconsciousness, but I fucking died. I could feel it. So this shit bothers me because of that. Because I don't personally feel that religion is necessarily as evil as people make it out to be. Can religious people and religious organizations do bad things? Yes. And I'm not opposed to showing that. What I am opposed of seeing one side, because you don't hear the stories about the people whose life it saved. My uncle had very bad things done to him, and I'm not going to say the whole story because it's his story to tell. But let's just say in group homes, he had very bad things happen to him by religious figures, and he forgave them because of his beliefs. And they did very fucking bad things to him. And it wasn't what was said in a scripture or whatever else. Like, yes, he does say scripture or whatever, but it was, he had learned to let go and found his wife and had his kids because of the foundation of his belief. Being religious is not bad. It's what people do with it that's bad. It's not bad to believe in something bigger than yourself. What is bad is to take something like that and twist it and use it to influence other people. That's bad. But having fucking faith, to me, what is wrong with that? I have to believe there's something else out there. Because if not, what the fuck is the point? That's my view. And I know it got heavy, but I have to explain to you why that in particular bothers me. Because of this, because of how I feel. And it hits very close to home. And that's why I think the one fucking thing you should leave alone is religion. Don't do it. I don't get very passionate like this about especially television, even politically. I'm like, whatever. But religion is very close to home for me. And I fucking hope they're not going to go that route. So, yeah.
Guy, nobody is surprised that the darkest time in your life happened in Africa.
Go fucking figure.
I had to wait for the entire fucking story to tell that joke. That was right at the beginning. I was like, well, I can't cut him off mid-story. That's uncool.
But I mean, knowing that, how do you feel? Can you see my opinion? And do you think I have a valid point? Or do you think maybe I might be over worried right now until you see other things? Because
I mean, I think they're I don't know if
the funeral
if you need to be worried or anything. Like, they're going to piss all over Christianity the same way they did with Stretchy Arms Guy.
And I don't know why this bothered me more. I don't know. Can you place it? I don't know why, but
because it's a black guy instead of a white guy.
Maybe I am right.
Oh, interesting. You looked at it that way. I looked at it the opposite way, that this upset you more because they were using a black man and making him look bad compared to making the white guy look bad. Ezekiel, that's what his name was.
Because, okay, here's with Ezekiel.
So I was thinking like anti-racist.
Yeah. So
here's reverse or whatever.
You actually have a good point, because with Ezekiel, I never liked the actor or the character. I thought it was kind of funny, and it fit really well. This pisses me off because the black guy actually seems like a really decent guy. We don't know his full character yet. And it kind of just feels more shitty, you know? And I don't want to dislike this guy because the actor is doing such a really good job. off of just seeing him for a couple of scenes.
Was that a question?
No, that was just more of a statement.
Okay. It seemed like you were waiting for me to follow up, and I was like, that doesn't sound like a question.
No, I was saying,
I didn't have a rebuttal to it, so.
Yeah, he was doing a really great job. Okay, so that was my one little gripe, but still 10. I can't talk a point because Soldier Boy. if you ask me about my score, I'm just gonna look at you and say Soldier Boy. That's it.
I'll give it a 9.5.
And you know what? Honestly, I should be at a 9.5, but I'm just gonna say it as anybody who asks me, Soldier Boy. And he's in a lot of the scenes. Any scene that Soldier Boy is in, it just automatically shoots that scene up from like an 8 or a 9 to an instant fucking 10.
He is the best character that they've ever had in the show.
Dude, Jensen Ackles, I never realized, like I did know, I watched all of Supernatural. He carried the last seasons on his back, him and Jared Padalecki, but you never realize how great somebody is, like, until they get that role. And we always talk about it, that one role that he'll be remembered for. Fucking Soldier Boy. Okay, so let me ask you a question, because this has been floated around and I want to get your idea. I would honestly want to see a whole fucking show with just him.
Are we going to do it like back in Vietnam then?
I don't give a fuck. You could set it.
I have a feeling we're not going to be able to do it going forward by the time the show is over.
I don't know, because I was feeling that way when the virus happened, but if he's immune, you know, he could pop up in Gen V season 3. We don't know, because
we don't know what the repercussions are yet. For all we know, he's alive with 0 superpowers.
But he already had a power that got rid of superpowers, so I don't think that's going to happen. Or maybe
you don't know what. I don't think it's what's going to happen, but I'm saying it's on the table because we don't know what the fallout is from the virus.
Or maybe he's the cure.
You got this.
God, I wish I could think of a song lyric right now.
This is what I'm talking about when we talk about great writing. Even though there's these things that are new, and I got very passionate about that one scene, the writing is so good. The scenes after and in between, and even in the scene where Homelander's talking to A-Train, or A-Train's body, the fucking casket, the writing is so fucking good that I can overlook something that largely offends me. Like, God, this writing team, this fucking, like, they could piss you off, but at the same time, they could follow a scene up, and we've said this, they do Obi-Wan in reverse. Instead of having a shitty scene after a good scene, they'll have something that pisses you off, and then they'll immediately follow it up with something that's fucking great. So you don't leave, what I'm saying is, at least for me personally, I never leave an episode of The Boys with a sour taste in my mouth, right up to the fucking end. Like, right up to the stinger where you see him pull a fucking Undertaker. You're just sitting there going, fuck, this season, we only got 2 episodes instead of 3. That's what pissed me off. If I had a negative, besides the church thing, the other negative would be, what the fuck? That we have to wait. We have to fucking wait. We got 3 episodes. Why did we only get 2? Because fucking Kripke is fucking dick teasing us. So what was your favorite scene? What was the worst scene? Oh, he's liberated. Liberated. No shirt, no shoes, no rules. Woo!
I already told you what my favorite scene was.
Okay, what's your least favorite scene?
I
know it's tough. We got lots of Soldier Boy, so I get it.
Gosh.
I know it's
I feel
tough.
like I almost have to go back and rewatch the episode to figure it out. Nothing is sticking out in my mind.
That's why I'm surprised you went 9.5, because I went 10 and I had that one thing that might be innocuous. I might be jumping and
I guess my least favorite scene would have been when Ashley was in the car.
See,
alone.
I loved it because I love the reveal and I love the
I don't understand why in the fuck it is the way that it is. I seen what happened at the end of last season, and to see what the fallout is, I was like, well, that's fucking tame.
I don't know. I think it's kind of cool that it's almost like her conscience manifested itself.
Yeah, I can tell you the one individual moment. Shut up, guy. The one individual moment that upset me the most. Nobody passes on a Crunchwrap Supreme.
I agree, man.
It's just wrong.
Dude, what? Okay, funny you mention that, because I said I was looking at the Taco Bell and I almost was tempted to get Taco Bell. I'm like, how can you? She had everything. Like, that was the best.
All of the top tier stuff.
That was the best promo I've seen shamelessly put in, like, marketing into a show, because it was so well put. And once again, this is going back to the acting. The acting is so phenomenal in The Boys that even when they're doing shameless product placement, it doesn't feel like shameless product placement. And we've already established that Sister Sage likes tacos and all that shit. Somewhere I remember her eating Taco Bell another time. So it's just like, the thing that I am enjoying about these first two episodes is that everything is very deliberate and nothing this season feels like it's wasting time. Like, anybody who's watching this and you think that it's slow or it's wasting time, then we are not watching the same show. I don't know what the fuck you're watching, but you're not watching The Boys, because everything is moving quickly. We had one big death right away. And I know people are going to say, well, A-Train is the main character. Fuck you, he is. He's been there since the beginning. He is one of the core 7. To me, he's been one of the, maybe not major characters, but an important character. And everything was done so well, where you have someone who dies and they still give them respect in the next episode, and we have a chance to grieve the character that we lost. This is good writing. This is what I love about television shows that have competent writers. And while, yes, I think some of the political stuff is still heavy-handed, I can forgive things that piss me off if you are putting in the effort to the story. And for me, not so much for you, PB, but while I notice what's going on, I'm willing to look past it if the main story isn't suffering. And for right now,
I thought you were going to say you'd be willing to look past it if there was cleavage in the background.
I mean, you know, I like me some firecracker.
Uh-huh.
but with that aside, like, The Boys to me is doing what they've been doing, but I'm just going to say it. I'm going to make a bold prediction, Cotton. I think this might be one of the best seasons. This has the potential to be right up there with season 1. Like,
I mean, over the course of 2 episodes, I would say it's the best start to a season.
It's already, this is like, everybody sit back and think about season 1, season 2, season 3, and their openers. And we were just talking about this, and you had said the season openings have always been a little bit weaker compared to that first season, and I agree. it was very hard because everything kicked off and with Robin dying and we didn't know what the boys was, and bam, it just like you got, and the invisible guy and Butcher coming in, and we were meeting these characters for the first time. But this has been the strongest opener in fucking 4 years. Like, and to be bold and kill someone in your first episode, it sets a tone where nobody is safe and anybody could die, and it puts tension back in the show that I had in season 1, where you have these powerful characters and anyone could get killed from even random shit. Look at the lady we liked. She wasn't even a main character, but she just got fucking lasered. Boom, done. And she was set up for like fucking 5 minutes. Like a sweet lady we thought was gonna escape with Huey, and boom, dead. Done. Laser to the fucking head. Like, this is good writing. This is what I watch shows for, man. We're sitting there and this is what's gonna give me a fucking headache doing this top 10 list.
Good luck and Godspeed.
Oh my god. Like, how do you pick which of these shows? Like Daredevil just hit its peak. Invincible is still on fire. And The Boys comes out fucking swinging, man. I hate this and love this job. I hate and love doing this at the same time, because it's like picking your favorite child. It's like, which one do I love a little bit more? And
you only have one child.
Kid. Well, no, I mean like my TV children.
Oh.
I feel like I got to pick out of my 3 favorite TV kids, which one is going to be the best. I'm like, you're all special in your own way.
Well, that is very true.
And the thing is, too, when we're, I think more than last week, when we're doing this, every show has unique strengths. And they're all doing what the show requires.
Invincible and Homelander are pretty similar.
I think Invincible and The Boys are closer comparisons than Invincible and Daredevil. I feel like
because Daredevil doesn't have super strength, guy.
this fucking guy. No, I'm talking about from a writing perspective. I feel like there's more of a gap between, let's say,
okay, well, I would say that makes sense as well, considering 2 of them are on the same streaming service and the other one is Disney.
I'm talking about not the service provider. I'm talking about the writing from the showrunners. Doesn't matter if they're across different fucking platforms. The skill levels, I can kind of see a difference from show to show, but the closest in skill seems to be Invincible and The Boys. Like, those 2 writing teams are they are working their ass off. And I feel
we gotta work our ass off to wrap this up, because it's been a long time.
4 hours, man. Fuck, man. This is a late night Hawk stream. Yeah. So our point is, watch all these shows. You could take it one at a time. Pick your favorite. Oh, which one do you think people should watch first before watching it? Because I think
are we talking about just these 4 episodes or the show entirety?
You know what? Because the episodes were so close, let's say the show entirely. Which one would you say watch first, second, third?
Boy howdy, with the way that they ended, because they all had great endings, I would go, oh.
I know. It's tough.
It's tough because it's like, which characters are you invested in more? I would watch Invincible last.
I was there with you too.
That had the most popping off ending. Now, if it would have been just the first episode of The Boys, that one might have took it. But being that you get to watch both of them back to back, it doesn't feel like as much of an ending.
Yeah.
But,
Especially
oh
with
gosh, I don't know, guy, because you're just absolutely in love with the boys, and I feel like I like the episode of Daredevil more than I like the episode of the boys.
which is fine. That's why we do this, because I know what I'd say.
I mean, I gave them all the same rating.
And what's weird is I've given the boys episodes so far, they're all the same ending.
And then I told people to watch the show that I rated lower last because of how it ends.
See, me, I'm going the boys, Invincible, Daredevil.
That's you would watch the book. So are you putting the best at the end or the best at the beginning?
The best at the beginning.
Oh, see, I do it the other way. I want to end on the highest possible note. And even though overall the episode of Invincible wasn't as good as the other ones, I thought the ending was better.
See, I think the ending of both boys episodes, even number 2, even if it's a cliffhanger, so fucking great. But also, so what the fuck? I gotta wait another week. So it's kind of catch-22. You might be more frustrated, but I say get that frustration out of the way and you get more of Invincible and Daredevil because they've been out longer versus the boys where you're only watching 2 episodes. So I say get those fucking fantastic.
They're pretty long episodes, though. They're longer than every episode of Invincible or Daredevil.
That's what I'm saying too. You get the
premiere was like 70 minutes or something.
Yeah, dude, and it's so great. That's what I mean. Like, get the boys, and you get that good thing, and then you still end on a strong note if you end with Daredevil, because that last episode's so good. So it's not like whichever you pick,
you're not gonna come away disappointed with any of them this week, for sure.
No, there's not one where you're gonna be like, fuck.
If it is, you didn't like the show in the first place.
Yeah, this is why I'm saying we're in the best era for both televisions and movies, because everything that's been coming out has been pretty top tier. Like, I can't sit there and point to something that's been horrible to watch, and it's what makes it challenging. And it's why, especially with the streaming thing, I'm really curious about ratings, because goddamn, man, everything that's become, like, I don't know what they've been putting in the fucking snacks or whatever, but everybody's been bringing their fucking A game across the board. It doesn't matter what I've watched. This year has been the fucking year for entertainment, and I am so fucking happy, because you heard my opinion of last year, and you know how I felt about last year. And we kind of had this discussion too, where I was like, I thought every movie that came out was the television shows were okay. Like, we didn't have a Penguin or something that was really high, or Andor. We didn't have that last year. We didn't have nothing that really popped. This year, I'm like, how the fuck am I going to tell you which one popped? Because everybody's just bringing their fucking A game. What am I going to do?
It's 2026. You might have to do a top 26.
Oh my god, dude, seriously. I might have to break my rule for this year and go top 20 or top 26, because they ain't making bad shows. There's another show I was watching about witches and shit. It was called He Will Come and Get You, or You'll Be the Next One. It was something on Netflix. Like, dude, Netflix is releasing so much good shit. Amazon's releasing shit. Why did we wait till 2026? That's what pisses me off now. Is it like they just said last year, dump all the shit this year, and then next year we're going to fucking give Vought a brain aneurysm? Because, like, dude, every goddamn movie I watch, every television show, I'm like, how the fuck am I supposed to put this on my list? Like, I could put literally everything on this list. It is like, fuck it. Just go to the theaters. Go.
Pretty damn good so far this year.
Pretty good. We're eating good. So thank you, everybody, for watching the show. We really appreciate it. This has been a mega-sized review. We're not going to get your hopes up. I am not doing this shit every week. Like, I know one of these shows ends soon. I can't do fucking 3 reviews every fucking week until we lose one of these shows. So we'll
There's
probably
only
do
2
one
more
like,
weeks left of it.
I mean, maybe we'll see. We'll see what our schedules are like. We'll see if we can pull it off, but that's why this is 4 hours. And if every episode from now on is going to be this great for every show, it's going to be like 4 hours of us trying to tell you how great these shows are and trying to find something wrong with them for the next couple of weeks.
Editing.
So anyways, we'll let you guys know. Maybe we'll do 3, maybe we'll do 2, maybe we'll space it out. I never fucking planned this, so good luck. Anything you want to say, PB?
No, I'm just waiting for you to set me up.
All right, so thank you everybody for watching, and as always, remember from yours truly, the fucking most diabolical villain on YouTube, there is only one rule: kneel before
Kingpin, Thrag, Homelander. The choice is really yours.